The homie.
Hey.
Get a real job.
I didn't hear what you said, and I don't want to hear what you said.
Well, luckily it's recorded, so
Yeah, Craig will tell me later.
checkmate. Fucking Craig.
Does someone want to give a recap of what happened previously on?
I took good notes. Can I read my notes?
Yeah.
Oh, thank
Okay. Oh, they do stop at one point, but we can work on that part together.
God. Well, we have Craig. Play it back, Craig. See, then I'd have more respect. Could you imagine? Hey, Craig, can you just recap?
One day. So previously, the group arrived back at the Magister's Tower, and this was the first time Durth and Grant have ever actually gone inside. They talk with the Magister so briefly that they aren't even offered any tea. The Magister gives them money, tells them Dorina is working on a project and wishes to be left undisturbed, and the party leaves without walking around the tower. They decide to shop at the markets to top off on groceries before they go home. While they're out, Dryas suggests they go out and celebrate their trip, and maybe Durth can perform for the horse money he needs. He isn't admitting it in so many words, but he grew attached to his horse during travel and wants to buy it for himself. While they were out and about, they got what they needed for home, as well as a special treat for everyone after the evening is done. At one point, Houdini encourages Durth to perform for people on the street. It goes over really well, and he gets a bit of money from that impromptu performance. During that time, Grant and Dryas step into a nearby tea shop to get the perfect selection of teas for the night. Dryas has a spontaneous idea to get matching teacups for her and Grant. He then suggests that they get one for everyone, which they do. Grant and Dryas pick a matching pair of traditional tea mugs. They get a rustic sort of simple mug for Dorina with a gold star on it. They get a small smoky glass cup for Houdini and a water-themed cup for Tigger. For Durth, they get an intricate green and gold cup with plenty of showy flourishes. When they all reconvene, they find themselves drawn to a Kenku merchant who shouts that he has gold in many mismatching voices. Grant was drawn to a pair of golden dice that are beautiful, but way overpriced. Durth ends up being the main customer as he purchases the enchanted rope and cloak for himself. The cloak is a red cloak of billowing, and the rope can repair itself at the command of a keyword. When the group heads home, they run into Dorina, who had missed the Magister on her way out. This means she was very surprised to see the group. She asks what they're up to and tells them she's been busy in the tower library working on her project. She complains about how long her days have been and that the Magister dragged her here and there. Dryas lets her know what the group's plans are, that she's planning to take everyone to a tavern she knows so they can celebrate, and Durth can try to earn more money. Dorina excitedly decides to join them. Dryas hangs with Grant in the kitchen as he preps apple tarts he was going to make. Dryas pops in and out to change her clothes a million times. It somehow comes up that Dorina doesn't know when her birthday is, and it's decided that today is now her birthday. So the celebration of a mission well done instead becomes a birthday party for Dorina.
So was not expecting that from you guys.
Dorina takes everyone to her tavern, where she had her date with Moira, but she doesn't actually stop by Moira's place to invite her. She's just hoping that she's already there. When they arrive, Moira is absent, but so is the group who was supposed to perform there that night. Durth performs for everyone and does a good job, but ended up having to evacuate the stage to go vomit outside.
Right, I forgot.
Yeah, I did too. I used invisibility. The shame.
The strange pink drink that Dryas convinced a nice drunk girl to buy everyone completely fucked him up. Dryas spends the evening there, convincing everyone to buy birthday shots for her friends. Tigger sips on sparkling water. He calls it spicy. Grant enjoys drinks and conversations with both Houdini and Dryas. Grant tries to convince Houdini to take off the mask, but Houdini will have none of that. It ends up becoming a topic of discussion at home later that night. When they leave that bar, completely sloshed, they happily follow Dryas into the night. She leads them in dizzying circles around the city until eventually they end up at a cozy little house-turned-cap tavern in an obscure part of the city. The building is almost engulfed in vines. In fact, the vines even seep into the interior, which is homey but cozy. The acoustics here are better for performing, not too echoey. At that point in their arrival, there's a slam poet performing on stage. Despite obnoxious interruptions from Durth, the poet does an amazing job and most people in the crowd eat up the performance, including most of the party.
Never
Dirth decides
necessary.
Dirth decides to do his most artsy, showboaty performance, and it goes over with the crowd extremely well. So well, in fact, that not only does he get a ton of gold, but he's also invited by the owner Tabitha to return more often. She gives him a generous tip as incentive. After this, Grant requests the group to start wrapping up. If they're unwilling, he's going to just have to break off so that he can get started on the birthday pies he's making for Darina. He runs off ahead to go take care of that, and the rest of the group follows Jiraiya, who's following Darina, through the city. Everyone but Darina assumed they were heading home. It wasn't until Darina started drunkenly knocking on a random door in a silent neighborhood that everyone began to wonder aloud about their location. Moira answers after a couple minutes, and after a brief conversation with Darina, while everyone else sings and dances drunkenly outside on the street, she agrees to follow the group back to the house. That's where my notes stop.
I still love that. After all that, Darina's like, you know what? I want Moira here, damn it.
It's my birthday.
Like when she's like, "Why didn't you stop on the way in?"
I even rolled for that too. He rolled the one what was it, a D20, and I said like 5 or lower. And he rolled like a 4.
Yep.
I believe we went back. We ate pie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
did we finish
then
the pies?
didn't Grant get a call from the lady, or is that earlier in the day? I can't remember.
No, I did.
It was
It was that night. It was like right as the pies were like about to go in. And I think they had
Yeah.
a couple of minutes till they had to come out, and then that's
And-
when he got the call.
And I had to watch them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And
Jiraiya
he was
stayed in
like,
the kitchen.
he's like, I gotta go potty. You have to take these out in exactly 3.5 minutes.
And no one else knew that you left during that period. It was just Jiraiya sitting in the kitchen. Everyone else assumed you were in the kitchen. Never saw you leave.
Yep. Went and shat myself.
The Lady Vane, checking in, making sure everything was as you may have guessed as she saw. Just wanting to confirm.
She's such a micromanager.
He brought up, I think the only people he named was Darina. I think everyone else he left unspecified. Like he's never brought up Drya to her.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I think we made loose plans to try to go to the tower. I think that was part of the talks.
Yeah, yeah. I think I went and asked. I was like, "Can you give a tour? Maybe we could go to the library. Can we just hang out?" Because I'd love to read up on stuff and poke around this whole entire fucking tower.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Darina invited everyone to the tower library.
It's gonna be like the Breakfast Club. We're gonna have the best time.
Are we all going to share our deepest, darkest secrets?
Nope.
Is this an in-game or out-of-game question?
Maybe you guys will.
Who knows?
Hey guys, since we're all here together, I just wanted to let you know that I'm gonna betray you soon. Yeah, it's not personal.
But you can
And-
help us.
But if you want to invest in a wonderful business opportunity, a horse, feel free to give me your gold now. How much was the horse? Do you remember? I should have wrote that down.
I think it's in my notes somewhere. I know the session like I think ended with like with Grant talking to Durith about his contact with the lady.
Yeah, I think you gave me the money I needed.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I gave
somewhere
you
to
the
open.
leftover gold that you. Plus, I think a little bit extra, so that way you could get like feed and shit. I don't think I gave you.
So not like
exactly.
fully broke. I have a note page somewhere.
Feel like if I'm remembering correctly, I said 200. Maybe it was a little less.
Where?
I didn't put it in my notes. Here, let me look at my sheet.
Propane and propane accessories.
Yeah, I didn't note it down. I only have 104 gold, so I know I gave you.
Yeah, you did.
Big
Because
bit.
when I opened my character sheet, I was like, damn, I don't remember that. Horse and horse accessories.
Mhm.
And I got him this diamond encrusted brush and this silver engraved saddle.
Feed. What about feed? Damn it.
I got this
shit.
imported 100% organic hay. Hand-picked.
He's got majorly scammed. It's just a bunch of wild grass from the plains outside the city.
Is it supposed to look like that? Yes. It's important. You wouldn't understand. They sing to the plant while it grows. It's supposed to be more nutritious.
Uh,
We're getting an indoor horse, guys.
Oh god.
Indoor horse.
horse,
Indoor
indeed.
horse.
Outdoors, that's part of the agreement. You even talked about it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think I was going to wear you down until you let him in.
And then I will just never wear down. Sounds like a plan.
That's so funny. Well, it's funny because we were talking about that, and then probably the deep state, but I think YouTube, it was like how I manage my indoor horse. And I was like, I fucking knew it.
Jeez.
It was actually a lot. The horse just like walked right into the kitchen. That dude's just gonna hit his head.
But I think that was it. After handing up the gold and cleaning up, I think everyone went to bed.
Yeah. I think that'll be a good place to pick up. You guys all resting throughout the night. As our camera would kind of focus in on Houdini in bed.
Does he sleep with his mask on?
I assume so.
Or does he put on like a nighttime mask with
He's
like
probably like sitting
cucumber and
upright
aloe
in
and
the
shit?
middle of the bed. He's just like perched in the center of the bed.
Houdini sleeps standing up with his eyes open?
Yeah, what
never
kind of
be able to-
position do you think you sleep in?
Next to the fire?
Would never be able to tell because of the mask. Never know if his eyes are open or not. Dun dun dun.
That's why I always just kind of toss shit at you every morning.
I mean, he probably. I have always assumed that Houdini does not like lay sleeping down. I feel like he does perch himself up on like a chair. Just kind of like, and so it just like if you walk into the room, it's just like it's like perched on a chair. You don't know if he's sleeping or not.
He's just sleeping upside down in the attic.
It's an owl, not a bat.
And
Yeah, well, you're not like most owls.
I think in your dreamscape, we would see you wandering through the desert again. Surprisingly, though, you don't feel the heat. but there is a little bit of like a what's the word? I lost. Sandstorm going on.
Ooh.
Not
What?
not like too insane, but you're definitely getting some sand in your face.
I think instinctively, he would look around for shelter.
It's kind of hard to tell. You're not really seeing. Yeah, it's nothing crazy like that.
Run!
More just like some high winds. You're looking around. You're just seeing dunes, all around you. No real signs of shelter. But as you are looking, and if I'm remembering this correctly from your first vision, you envision or you saw like just like a silver flame, right?
What appears to him is it appears as like a glowing ball of flame.
Didn't you say it was kind of silvery?
Yeah.
So as you're scoping around doing that 360, you would spot that glowing ball of silvery flame just slightly off in the distance.
Being familiar with this visage, he would start to follow after it. Probably bracing himself from the wind, the sand that's kind of like blowing around and stuff, but start heading that way.
Why don't you roll me a religion check?
Teeth?
Okay. So maybe at first, as you start to move towards it, you take like 3-4 steps, and then you can feel the wind start to pick up, specifically like pushing you away from the light. But maybe you just hold strong. Maybe you do a couple like leaps of like pushing with your wings, and you manage to make some ground and actually get towards this silver flame ball. As you get up towards it, then you start to feel some of the heat, emanating from it. Not from the desert, though.
Grab it with your mouth.
As Houdini approaches, he will kind of like kneel before it, bow his head.
The flame would be floating there, probably like 4 feet in the air. And you'd see it start to, like when you would hear a voice speak, it would, kind of like glow with the words, a little bit brighter. You would hear, rise. There's no need for that.
Yes. Do you have a message for me?
You would feel the winds start to pick up a little bit again, but you manage to hold strong. It is hard to reach you where you are, but I sense a great threat.
A threat? What do you mean by that in particular?
I can't fully say, one, for lack of information, two, for the rules we have in place, but I just bear warning. As you may already know, playing with fire can get you burned. And you are close to the fire.
I try to allow the light to guide my way. But if you are warning of a darkness, is what should I be on the lookout for?
I think you would like see the light kind of glow as if something was said. But just before that moment, the wind started like picking up more severely to the point where it's like starting to drown out sound.
Uh-huh.
And then you just hear one last, "Be vigilant, my young friend," before the winds really pick up and then blow you out as you wake up.
By the flame. What a peculiar dream.
As you look out the window, you can see the sun coming up. Maybe you hear a slight bustle. I don't know who all would be up early. Probably Grant.
Yeah, Grant's making breakfast. The day after two people's birthdays. So.
If Houdini,
I don't imagine Try as an early riser.
if Houdini hears some stuff going on out and about, he would probably start wandering out of his room and stuff. See what the plan was. See how everybody's night was.
Is Durith probably still sleeping in?
Probably. It was a long night.
He probably got a little bit of a hangover. He did boot and rally.
I'm dedicated.
Houdini makes his way downstairs to check out what's Grant cooking for breakfast.
Guessing he probably has like an hour until people start waking up. Probably in the middle of like mixing a lot of stuff. And he would have maybe as far as like things that would hint at like what he's making, there would maybe be like a cupcake tray or two, as well as just like a couple cooking pans. There's like a bowl of what looks like some chopped up pecans. I can like a little like almost syrupy looking concoction off to the side. Maybe whatever he's making, it looks like a very sweet icing right now in this bowl. And then in some of the other bowls, there's kind of like all the ingredients to like mix to start making like different kinds of dough, like 2 or 3 different kinds of dough, maybe. But he's just in the middle of it, probably like apron on, just sort of like zipping about the kitchen as you know he's doing his thing. He's probably not being like super quiet, but he's not being obnoxiously loud, or like put down like a bowl loud, or just sort of like go over to a pantry and sort of look through it, kind of like loosely slam the door shut with his elbow as he grabs what he needs. He's just in his own little world.
And did you say Drya would be up, Bryce?
I don't imagine her to be an early riser, so I don't think she'd wait till she smells some coffee or something.
I imagine though you probably. I just feel like you couldn't correct me. I feel like you may have like gone to sleep curled up with your egg.
Absolutely. My child.
Why don't you give me a perception check?
I'm gonna hate to have to fight whatever comes out of that thing.
How
It'll
dare
be
you?
fun.
Won't be fun.
As you're laying in bed, curled up with your ego, you just feel it give this kind of like a shake or like a kick. Maybe that kind of wakes you up. Maybe there's a second kick.
Or chaos built it.
She probably like, I guess she's sleeping lightly. Maybe she's like me, after a night of drinking, she just doesn't sleep super deeply no matter how late she goes to bed.
Mm-hmm.
So it just sort of shakes and rattles. She like sits up and looks at it excitedly, like, hello? Hello? Tap, tap, tap. She taps on the shell.
He gives one little tap back.
It kicked! Oh my god!
As you're staring at it though, it doesn't seem to be cracking anywhere.
Let's give it a spell slot. That'll bring it
Try
up
and
to
help it out.
65.
So you start pouring your magic into this ego again. Little vines and stuff curling up around it. We'll say that's probably gonna take like 10 minutes. To fully get that spell slot in there. It's like a ritual casting.
Mm-hmm.
Houdini come down to Grant fussing about in the kitchen.
Well, good morning, Grant.
Oh, hey, Houdini. What's up? What's up, buddy? Didn't think you'd be up super early. You had a hell of a night, buddy.
Strange dreams, maybe from the birthday.
Huh? That's fair. Was it a good birthday overall?
Best one I've ever had.
Nice. Well, hey, some people love the morning after birthday breakfast the most, so I don't know, maybe a close second.
Oh, well, I look forward to whatever it is that you prepare this morning.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I think Drya will love one of them, but the other is kind of more of a classic option. I think everyone will be into.
Gotcha, a dozen field mice. We're gonna let loose in the house. Go nuts, buddy.
Well, I greatly appreciate all the effort and hard work that you put into everything that you do, sir.
Hey, it's honestly my pleasure, especially cooking and helping you guys. And if you ever need anyone to talk to about crazy dreams, love to hear it. Love to hear it. Uh, I'll probably put you to work in the kitchen while we're talking, but like other than that, always have an open ear for a friend.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I would be more than happy to give you a hand.
Excellent. Here. And he like probably grabs one of the nearby bowls full of like dry ingredients, pushes it your way, and then gives you another like smaller bowl that's full of, it looks like, I mean, like almost like dried up, like sun dried kale almost is what it looks like. But it's super black and like it maybe doesn't look good. And he like puts that. So go ahead, mix all these dry ingredients together. We'll crack some eggs and get some eggs mixed up. And he probably like moves over like a little thing of eggs. And Grant like takes a couple of eggs out and like cracks them into another bowl full of different dry ingredients that he's gonna start mixing up.
And Houdini would follow Grant's instructions. In the interim, while after Grant had finished giving Houdini instructions and kind of let him loose, Houdini would reiterate kind of the. I mean, Grant's heard through Durith Houdini's kind of backstory, right? I know that.
I mean, if you were to ask Grant, he would say no. What? I don't really know a whole lot about you, so I want you to take the mask off. I feel like it'd be easier to connect.
So Houdini would show him what was under the mask. I mean, it's just it's kind of like a uh, just a featherless bird around the face, around the torso. Like you can clearly see, like there's just not a lot of like growth or anything. You can't tell if it's from like burns or if this is just how he is.
uh Grant, like, because I think he may have like seen you before. But this is maybe like a much better look at you, like kind of showing him under the mask. I mean, again, feel free to veto me. You keep vetoing me, but a featherless bird sounds like the perfect person to have in the kitchen. No worries of feathers or bits falling off into the mix. But hey, to each their own, whatever you're comfortable with. Keep mixing, by the way. I do appreciate the
Okay,
talking, but we got to keep it mixing. You can't let it
of
sit too
course.
long. That black moss gets real yucky if it doesn't mix in properly. So just churn, churn, churn. There you go.
And as they're going through and they're going about, because I'm assuming that this takes probably upwards of an hour, hour and a half or so.
Oh, easy. We're making black moss muffins and candied cinnamon pecan infused and topped cinnamon
Yeah.
rolls.
But so Houdini would kind of give Durith or Grant the whole spiel of how he was outcast from his village at a young age, kind of sent out to die from being malformed and just not capable of doing anything in his society. And so he also tells him about while he was out there, he had this, he collapses onto the ground and he thinks that he's going to die. And he has this vision of this thing. And he's come into contact with it a couple times. That's how he found the mask. It led him to a cave. And then he tells Grant about the kind of dream that he had last night, just to kind of tie it all in.
Mm-hmm. Huh. So do you like talk to this flame often? Is this like a regular conversation? It seemed very like an open dialogue
Not
sort of
something
thing.
that happens by choice, by will. It feels as though the what I call the flame contacts me when it deems fit.
Yeah. I've had relationships like that. I get how that
But
goes.
what do you make of this? You on the lookout. What do you make of that, Grant? Do you think our group is in danger?
Uh, hmm. Grant probably thinks for a minute. And you would maybe see Grant like look kind of searching for a minute, and then like looks over at Houdini. I mean, I don't know. There's like a lot of danger going on, right? Working for this Magister guy seems like dangerous line of work. I mean, you never
Well,
know.
it's just like be on the lookout for darkness. Like that's not a everyday
Darkness.
like just bad things happening. It sounds like there's something.
I would also say, you've never had a a vision like that with the flame, where there was like a sandstorm and like you got pushed out. Like that's never happened before.
Generally speaking,
Normally, it's a
yeah,
still
generally
desert.
speaking, when the flame tries to contact me, it's not so. How do you say jostling and rough.
Mhm.
I fear for our found family, Grant. You know what they say, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, they say that definitely. I mean, I think you need to be too worried, right? Like, if there is something bad, I mean, we're all super capable. I mean, and we were able to diffuse a whole goblin interaction with just our master of words. We fended off some wolves pretty quick. Honestly, I didn't expect you all to be so capable. I knew me and Durith could defend ourselves, but you all have some pretty unique skills.
They are indeed a rowdy lot.
Yeah, but keep them well fed. Low sugar intakes, by the way. This is like a low sugar sort of deal that we're doing. It sort of helps throughout the day. Helps midday, do a little
Oh,
boost, a little bit of sugar
okay.
boost. It sort of helps. It's a dietary thing.
Oh,
It's my
okay.
dad's.
Uh,
Yeah.
I mean, you are the master of the culinary arts as far as anybody is concerned in this household. So,
It's an honor. It's not a very heavy burden, thankfully. You guys make it easy. Honestly, I haven't made anything you guys hated, so just keep trying different stuff.
but
At this point, it's like a challenge to find something that people don't like.
when you make good food, man, you make good food. So
Dareth did hate your crepes, and he hates mushrooms. So.
He doesn't take Dareth's opinion
Dareth
into
doesn't matter.
consideration. It's like an
I
asterisk on the end of the sentence.
I just assume Durith is never going to like really admit that he likes something of Grant's, even though everything's amazing.
He did
Our
that one
resident
time.
tsundere.
Mm-hmm. When he
Oh,
finally
yeah,
made
yeah, there
something
was
I
one.
didn't hate.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, he's never tried mushrooms, but he never will.
yeah, so that's kind of just the conversation that I think the Houdini and Grant would get up to. Houdini doesn't have any reason to suspect any malintent or anything from Grant or Durith or anybody else, so willfully ignorant.
And yeah, and overall, Grant is probably over supportive. Probably circles back to we got this. We're a great group. We're a team. Just like says that, in different forms throughout.
Do you have anything actually cooking right now, or it's still all prep work?
If like the hour and a half ish is done, he's probably getting ready to take stuff out of the oven. Probably as people are hopefully getting to rise, probably beginning to prep like coffee as everything starts coming out to cool.
I'll say as you're taking stuff out, camera pans back to Drea finishing up putting that spell slot into your egg. And I don't know if any of you have seen the Pokemon egg hatching animation as of late, but you'll like see like a few cracks start to form like from the top. They go about like halfway down, and then instead of actually seeing the egg like break apart and hatch, it just like turns into a ball of light. And then out comes the Pokemon. But you see the cracks form, and then this bright, intense light start pouring out from the egg as the egg turns into a ball of light. And very reminiscent of the show, Bryce, you see this like cosmos start to take form. Would you like to take over this description? Give us a visual of what sort of colors are we seeing as this
In the
cosmos takes
cosmos?
shape?
Explain yourself.
I imagine it's lots of shades of like pink and purple with like various shades of green. And then maybe all of that shifts into a red if we're still using the image from before.
Mm-hmm.
Darkens and condenses. So it solidifies.
Let me put
It's
this.
beautiful. I imagine it has a sort of holographic effect. Can everyone see this?
Mm-hmm.
Holographic between like it looks red, but as the light shifts over it, it's like a sheen of green, various shades of green with like a pink sheer. It's got like sparkles coming off of it that sort of just drift down. They don't land on anything. The sparkles aren't like material.
Sort of drift off into nothingness.
Mm-hmm. How big is it?
Since we're probably going to use like the Raven familiar stats, I feel like that's the most appropriate out of the choices. Except maybe like I could also see Bat. I don't know, whichever one you want to choose. But it's pretty big. You know, it's got like the wingspan of a raven.
Yeah, pretty big for a freaking butterfly.
It's like they've got like a 3-foot wingspan.
Pretty big. Raven's pretty big.
Maybe it's a little bit smaller than that, but you know, decent size.
Mm-hmm.
Like its body is like, you know,
That's about
about
right.
as
Ravens
long
are
as your
pretty big.
head. Is that right? Like 3 feet wingspan?
My cousin had one and it sat on his shoulder, and that bird was like from his shoulder, probably like a foot tall.
Yeah, like ravens are surprisingly big.
Crows are
Well,
small.
they're the
Yeah,
biggest of the
that's it.
corvids.
Yeah, crows are the small ones.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah,
can
so
carry
it's
a small child.
extremely large butterfly. I feel like it has like patterns of vines on it, like not in color, but in like maybe it's a slightly different holograph like shift.
For reference.
Maybe some of the you know, because it's still got those like wooden elements, so maybe some of those like natural like knots and imperfections in it are kind of vine shaped.
Yeah, I mean, if it's taking after like a standard butterfly, the wings that we can see in the photo would actually be maybe look more like wood with that holographic tint, and then when its wings are open on that other side we can't see in the photo, it would have that highly colorful effect inside of it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So when its wings are closed, it's just like wood knot patterns with like some leafy, viney things sort of snaking through that very like subtly. And then when it opens the wings and you can see it like laying flat, you can see that deep red pink with the holographic shift in there.
So pretty.
Yeah. And it's quite large, right? So it's like big old ugly beautiful bug face. It actually
Mhm.
has like some fangs, like vampire fangs.
Because this thing is modeled after. I still haven't come up with a good name. I've just been referring to it in my head as Fey Butterfly. But
Mm-hmm.
and
Blutterfied.
Blutterfly, yeah, because so maybe some of you may have seen it at some point during the skinning process when you guys were dealing with the displacer beast or the displacer leopard. But there would occasionally be these blutterflies that would come up and try to like lick up the blood from the body.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
Got a big, long curling tongue, you know, in traditional butterflies that's used for drinking nectar.
Uh-huh.
And I'd like to think its antenna kind of match that, like big, long, and curling.
This palisman fully takes form and then just kind of floats there, fluttering its wings, staring at you.
Oh, you're so beautiful! Oh, my goodness. Hello.
You just
You're
hear this little.
here.
I can't. I'm not good at making it, but that little like trill sound.
Yeah.
Like brr.
Yeah, I get what you mean. That little like coo. I definitely couldn't
Yeah.
make it either.
I'm terrible at rolling my R's.
I can't do it either. Uh, do I hear a voice in my head or anything? Does it seem to be able to talk?
That's the voice of a 75-year-old smoker.
Yeah, I'm trying. I
Mother.
don't think they necessarily like heard voices in their heads in the show, but like they could somewhat like telepathically understand each other, right?
I think like technically they made sounds aloud, but just the talisman holder understood them.
Yeah, it's almost a bit like Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. So was that coo saying anything, or was it just a sound?
You just get this. It's very happy. It's like, well, hello there. Like, hi, mama.
Welcome to the world, my giant little one.
It just consents, and maybe even you can sense your magic, flowing through it, having brought it to life. And it just rubs up against you, gets on your shoulder, starts feeling you up with its antennae.
Little kisses. Look at your adorable fangs. I have to show Grant. Like, to get out of bed, like throw my blankets out of the way, like I almost trip over them, like in my excitement to get up. You guys
Ooh,
downstairs just hear like a
maybe
running
as
down
that
the stairs.
happens, the staff would
Oh,
instinctively
sorry, Cat.
turn, or the palisman would instinctively go into staff form and try and get underneath you to like fly.
Whoa! Hey, this is cool.
You can just kind of tell we're going downstairs, all right, and it busts through the door with you flying on it.
Boom! The door busts open. Should I roll anything to see how well I can fly?
Yeah, let's just see like I guess like a dex check or save, see how bad this is.
I'm gonna break my neck.
Going down our spiral staircase.
Yep.
Yeah, there's not much room,
Wait.
but it's
Dex save?
excited.
You said a deck save.
Yeah.
You got this. Easy peasy.
Hey.
Okay. Maybe you do like knock over a painting or something on the wall. It's not quite like knocked off, but you knocked it askew. But you don't hurt yourself.
Woo!
As it carries you
Yes.
down the staircase.
I just hear that get slowly louder, like a siren.
Whee! And then you do like maybe hit the the wall like right there, but you catch yourself enough to where you don't take damage.
Yeah, I like push off of it like I'm swimming.
So,
Whoa, sharp turn. Okay. Oh, by the way, I can't control this token, Mavi.
Oh. I have it as can be edited and controlled by. Maybe try refreshing.
Okay.
Does it have to go and get back in?
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I pulled the token out.
Oh, that might be it too.
Yeah, you
Is
could try pulling
Houdini
it out
still
yourself.
helping me prep?
Yes, sir.
At this point, the cinnamon rolls probably came out first and they cooled while the muffins came out second. So after the cinnamon rolls cooled, you're probably putting some icing on them. And then I'm like probably finishing up brewing like 2 different pots of 2 different styles of coffee.
Always.
Then after all the cinnamon rolls are topped, you are to do a coating of candied pecans on top.
Will do, boss.
Probably as you finish giving that explanation. Whee! Oh, whoa.
Come busting through. I hop down off the staff and just like hold my arm out like like a falconer.
Reverts back from staff form to normal Palison form.
But
Grant, look who's here!
what is
Oh, hi,
that
Houdini.
unholy creature?
That's the largest butterfly I've ever seen. I've never knew they got that big. Where did you find that?
Yeah,
This is my
they don't get
talisman.
that big in the wild. This is impossible. You're like, what the hell? It's like 4 times the size it should be.
This is my baby. She's here.
This is the egg.
Not anymore. Isn't that right, baby?
Holy shit.
Antennae just nuzzling all up on your face.
I think she's hungry. Do you eat?
Don't
Kind of-
have any blood.
If a butterfly could tilt its head, it would tilt its head like, eh?
Little antenna.
Yeah, the antenna tilt.
I don't know if they eat. I already fed her a spell today.
You get you just get this sense of confusion, like, what is... It doesn't understand. What is eat?
It's okay. Grant knows all the joys of cooking, and I know all the joys of eating. So together, we've got everything covered.
But how long did you have the egg for? I don't even think I ever asked very many questions about it.
Oh, my egg?
Yeah.
Gee, I think maybe like 4 months by now.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe longer.
Yeah.
Does that sound right, Mavi?
Yeah. Maybe there is a bit of just surprise that, like, holy shit, that wooden egg hatched. That's impossible. You all thought she was crazy. Like, Unless maybe your character would have believed her. I don't know.
This is the darkness I was warned about.
I do have to tell the Magister.
Oh, that reminds me. Try it. Did you still want to go do the library thing at the tower? You still want to do that today?
Yeah, I think Darina invited us all, right? Haven't seen her. Is she around this morning? I haven't seen her. She's probably hungover, huh?
I'd imagine they're sleeping in, but coffee's getting done, so I'd imagine once this gets brewing proper, they'll start coming down.
Oh yeah, check this out. And then I just like, huh, and I sort of hop the butterfly up from my forearm and like point down as I like do a little hop, like turns into a staff, and then I just kind of like float up to the ceiling. I like have my head pressed down from the ceiling, like ta-da!
That's so weird. Okay, so this thing is like super magic based. Okay, it's not a normal butterfly at all.
I mean, look at her. She's gigantic and beautiful and so strong and smart. And I like hop down, have her back out again.
Does
I think
she
with
have
your
a name?
I think with
What's
your
that, Matt?
familiarity with the Feywild, Grant, maybe you haven't seen too many palismen, but you would like recognize now, like, oh, this is a palisman,
Oh, I got you. I got you.
because like they're fairly common in the Feywilds. Not so much on this side.
So does she have a name?
Not yet. I guess I'm still getting to know her, right? She sort of like coos.
Okay. And if she doesn't eat, I guess no birthday dinner. Unless that changes. Let me know. We could figure something out.
Oh, that's true. It's now another birthday. We're so
Yeah.
blessed.
Back to back, yeah.
You don't celebrate the first. You celebrate the anniversary of the
New part of the found family, right, Houdini? I look over to get a vibe of Houdini.
Indeed, I'm sure this thing will make a great addition.
Can I make an insight check to see if you're lying?
Go for it. I mean, yeah, go for it.
And like it's literally that black and white. Like, is it a lie or not a lie? That's always looking for. Let me see. Get anything special for this? Ooh, yeah, I have advantage on this. Bow.
Nice.
15.
I guess. Yeah, I was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
you
you can
could
tell that Houdini is uncomfortable with whatever this is, especially after the dream that he just had. He's trying to determine whether or not this is, if this is something that he should be concerned about.
My passive perception is 12, so I did not notice. I am too distracted.
That's so funny. Grant gets the 15 to see Houdini's lying. Houdini rolled a 13 on deception. Drya has no idea.
Grant probably like finishing the coffee. It's like ready to be put in the little like heaters. And seeing that the cinnamon rolls are basically done and the muffins are like perfect. Probably already plated. Grant probably looks at Drya and her butterfly, trying to just like kind of get her out of here, give Houdini space. He's like, Drya, could you and your our new friend, could you get some of this stuff put out on the kitchen table? The little heaters for the two coffee pots, just so that way people could kind of get them as they go. Everything's sort of meant to be eaten in the hand, so feel free to. Oh, the muffins. These muffins, by the way, I kind of made them with you in mind. Have you ever had black moss muffins?
Black moss. I haven't had that since I was a kid.
I was hoping that you'd tried it. They're kind of a classic recipe. My mom used to make them.
Oh wow. Yes. Okay. I'll get that stuff out. Come on, little bug.
They just kind of perch up in your antlers.
Mm-hmm.
Just.
Grant probably like the midst of like probably getting the cinnamon rolls off and getting them like on their own little platter. Probably just says in like a very mild tone to Houdini, not very loud. I'm sure her new friend is unrelated to your kind of creepy, scary dream. Seems a little freaked out, I'm sure.
I will take
I'm
your
sure
word
it's
for
nothing.
it, Grant, but I will continue to keep a close eye on our new wooden friend.
Friend. And I mean, Dry can handle it, right? It's like we were talking about. We're all very capable. Anything is wrong or strange, Dry will tell us.
You hear like a crash of something in the dining room. It's fine. It's fine.
You are probably correct, Grant. I probably worrying over nothing.
That's when you hear in through the walls Tigger come down the stairs. What's all the commotion? Oh, big butterfly.
Yeah, Dry would probably chat with Tigger in the dining room. Offer to get him his cup for coffee. It is a teacup, but you can put anything in any cup. That's how cups work.
Fun
Water.
All right.
Take water in my coffee cup or my tea cup.
I mean, you can do that. It's kind of boring, but that's okay, Tigger. No one's judging you. To exchange a look with the butterfly.
Totally judging him.
Yeah.
It doesn't fully understand, but it knows it it can sense you wanting what's the word? Not agreeance, So
Mhm.
it just nods like uh-huh.
What's Dareth doing? Is he awake? Coffee and everything. This house has to smell fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely seeped into your room at this point.
What am I doing?
And then there's Draya's commotion.
He probably shoots wide awake and just is super amped about his horse.
Oh yeah, it is horse day.
Yep. He's just probably like lightly playing on his lute, like, gonna get a horse today, gonna bring it in the house. Grant on what he says. He's gonna be my best friend. What the hell is all that noise? I don't know. Like maybe he like steps on the picture that like fell off the wall because he's kind of like still a little sleepy. It's just like, oh, kind of picks his foot up, keeps walking. I don't know. Probably when he sees it, it would just be like, "What in the name of Sylvanas is that?" He'd probably have his hand on his neck.
Yeah, she was like mid rant to Tigger. And then there was this beautiful cosmos of colors and oh, good morning, Durith. This is my talisman.
What? A talisman? You should.
No, not my talisman. She like literally holds her hand up to the talisman she also has. Talisman.
He squints at
No.
it, very untrustworthy. Where did it
You've
come
already
from?
met the egg.
Yeah,
And
now that you're looking at it, you can see that it's made of wood, but it's also moving as the wings kind of stretch and this faint glitter shimmers off of it and fades into obscurity.
Well, if that could be in the house, then the horse could be in the house. That's all I'm saying. Drive it off. So I don't know what that he does, but it just seems to be like looking at me. And as Durth moves his head back and forth, I don't think the butterfly moves at all, but in his mind, it's just like trash.
It's just like that slow movement of its wings, a butterfly at rest.
Mm-hmm.
No, she always looks like that. I think. I mean, she's only like, what, 20 minutes old now? Oh, growing up so fast.
Oh God. Is it like he'll walk up and maybe like slowly, very slowly looking at you, go to like touch it. So like what does this thing eat? He goes to poke it.
Oh, I don't think she eats, but she looks like a butterfly, which you've seen those before. We ran into those with that displacer thing, you know, when we were in the Fey Wilds earlier last week, 2 weeks.
Was that with
3 weeks
Durst? Was
ago?
that with the sea spiders?
Was the sea spider?
That was the sea spiders.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
right, you weren't there.
Durst would probably be like, because when he dreams, he goes to the Feywild, almost like an astral projection vibe.
Oh,
So you maybe have seen
So-
these before, but just like with Grant, you're like, these are not supposed to be this big.
I've only seen these in dreams of the Fae. My dreams are
don't
coming true of blending the Fae with the real world.
Why don't you give me an animal handling just to see how the palisman reacts?
him?
Yeah, since you're poking her. Him or her, Bryce?
Her.
It, them.
Her.
Oh, they
Grant
haven't
comes
decided.
out of the kitchen and he's watching. He has his own little breakfast that he has on his plate. Ooh, Seth.
I'm not gonna say it's like a super bad reaction, but I don't think she's happy to be poked. Maybe she just moves away, tries to get behind the antlers behind your head. Like no.
It's
Well,
my
I don't
fault.
think she likes that, Jared.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm better with horses anyway. How about a song? And I'll try and play a song to it.
I think she'd like a song. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased.
Dareth, do we have to first thing in the morning? Could you? Okay, as you're.
I
just,
can't
like,
hear
play-
you, Grant. As he starts playing louder. But then he talks over his music anyway. I can't hear you, Grant. But it says there's a palace in the house. Can we think about the horse in the house?
No.
We'll talk later. You probably see her like starting to bounce a little bit behind, getting back from behind Dry's head, bouncing along to the beat, just like ooh, or maybe fluttering the wings to the beat.
It kind of
Yeah,
comes back
exactly.
out from behind her.
My baby has a good sense of rhythm. Look at her.
See? Okay. It's not so bad.
It's almost hypnotic watching her holographic wings like move around like that. The sparkles.
Is there something wrong with those muffins? They look black.
No, I mean they're black moss muffins. They're super tasty. It's
Black
kind of
moss.
imagine like a red velvet meets a dark chocolate sort of taste.
I hear you, but you know what they say? Moss is mushrooms of the rocks. And he's still playing.
That's why I made the cinnamon rolls. Those are candied pecans.
Is there food already on the table?
Yeah, it's all already. It's kind of like almost like open buffet style. There's probably like way too many cinnamon rolls and muffins. Like this is like a small morning buffet of muffins and cinnamon rolls.
Tinker's already halfway through a muffin. Like, oh, they're delicious.
Two big
Yeah, try
pots
one,
of
Darth.
coffee.
I'll try one. And he takes the smallest little shaving of a bite.
That's a good gif.
Grant, I had my doubt, but now he takes a big bite. But these are actually pretty good. I don't know who called these the mushrooms of the rocks, but I don't think they know what they're.
They're super moist, right? I mean,
They're
way
pretty
more
good.
than
I
you would
mean, yeah, I've never actually tried mushrooms. Just the thought of it, you get it.
I get it. Everyone hears black moss and they don't have great mental images, but these muffins, man, super good. And by the way, probably like looking over, watching the palisman dance around in that like same like sort of beat. Maybe looks over at Drya. I mean, Rhythm sounds like a pretty good stand-in name for your friend until maybe it picks its own name.
Oh, I love that.
That's
What do you
pretty good.
think?
Rhythm.
Aw,
It just trills like along to the beat, like.
she loves it. Nice name, Grant.
I mean, yeah, it's at least like a good code name, right? Because like you said, she's maybe 30 minutes old, so maybe after a couple of days she'll have more of an opinion on things. I don't really know how palismans work.
Well, perhaps the Magister will have some advice. I've never had a palisman before.
Ooh, good point. When we go by the library, we could definitely pop in, see if they're about.
Should I try to wake Darina?
She had kind of a big night.
She
That's
kind of did a lot of drinking. I mean, we could leave all the food out.
Yeah, we could leave like a plate. It's
That'll
Hop
probably be
over
when
there.
she comes down the stairs looking like death.
She's like already behind us.
yeah.
Oh, Darina! Oh God!
Oh,
I mean, hi.
She's dry like,
Yeah.
what? Water. And then walks off to the kitchen. Excuse me.
She can get it. It's fine. I'm already eating.
Grant's breakfast is like one of the cinnamon rolls that looks a little bit larger than all the rest. And it has like a super fine coating of the candied pecans all around the outside, like a shell. And then he has again just a slightly bigger muffin than the rest. And yeah, probably drinking his coffee from his matching teacup with Drya.
Yeah. Give you a little toast.
Yeah, we toast Pinky out.
You can just loudly hear Darina gulping down water in the kitchen.
Does that deep breath after you chug all the water?
Yeah.
One of those.
You hear it like 3 times. Like, she drinks as much water as she can put in herself right now. Probably comes back. Staring at the butterfly. Oh, I thought I was still dreaming, but I guess that's really there, huh?
Yes, this is Rhythm. She's my
Rhythm.
palisman.
Oh, not too sure what that is, but congratulations.
Thank you. It's her birthday.
Oh, look at that. We have so many birthdays all together now.
Yeah. Maybe I'll still make some sort of, good meal for the rest of us just to celebrate the coming of a new member to our found family. Kind of like looking over at Houdini and like looking back to everyone else.
Houdini would nod his head in agreement.
Plus, who knows what the horse will want to eat?
No,
Oh
I
yes,
think
you got
I
your
think we
horse
know.
money.
Yeah, we'll get sugar cubes for your horse and the little makeshift stand we'll make for them in the little carriage port.
Yeah. I mean, he can sleep in my room until it's done.
No, I don't think.
How
You
are
could
you-
sleep in his room. You could sleep outside.
How do you plan on getting the horse up the stairs?
Or down the stairs.
That's really horses to both of you. And he's going to go upstairs. He'll come like right back. He's just going to like go grab his shit for the day. But maybe he's got like, go get his bag of horse money.
Bag of horse money.
Yeah.
It's labeled.
Yep. Of course.
You break open a piggy bank. Finally.
It's all in copper. Paying a couple hundred gold in copper.
Copper.
Jesus.
Gee. You're 1 copper short. Damn it. I'll recount. Hold on.
Well, Darina, the rest of us are planning on going to the Magisters today. You look like maybe you shouldn't go. You said you had like a lot of work you were doing. Are you sure you like? Would you like a break? It was your birthday yesterday.
I mean, yeah, we can always relay the message to the Magister that you know that we dubbed it your birthday, over celebrated. You're just recouping.
A little break does sound nice.
Maybe go hang out with your lady friend. What was her name?
Moira.
Moira, right. I'm sure she's lovely.
Yeah, I'm sure that should be fine. I mean, most of what I was doing was a bit of self-study stuff. God, I cannot maintain that accent.
I think you're doing way better than I ever would. That's for
Yeah, it's
sure.
pretty good.
Mhm.
I don't feel like it.
Oh, you are. Don't worry. But it doesn't matter for too much longer. Looks like we're gonna be parting ways soon.
Yeah. Grant will probably send her maybe back upstairs with like a couple of muffins and a cinnamon roll and like a big like actual cup of coffee instead of like one of the tea mugs or teacups.
A potion of hangover recovering.
Fantasy World. What was it? Hydrolite,
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Pedialyte.
Pedialyte. That's it. She grabs some food, thanking Grant, thanking everyone for the lovely birthday celebration.
Anytime. Hey, and again, like I said, hopefully we'll do something to celebrate Rhythm joining us. So look forward to that.
So I'll have to save my energy then.
Well, yeah, but don't fill up before dinner is what I'm saying. Don't snack and ruin your appetite. But yeah, other than that, yeah, have some energy.
Darina makes her way back upstairs to her hammock.
As soon as she leaves, I'm like, wow, she looks like shit. Did you see her face?
I mean, yeah, coming from me, she looked pretty pale. I'm already pale.
Yeah, somehow she was even paler than she was before.
She looked undead, like unwell.
Yeah.
It was so good. Thank you.
So how about that library? Am I right? Let's we can finish. Yeah, we can finish eating. That's fine. We can just wrap up.
You're so excited. I didn't realize you were such a studious person, Grant.
I mean, we got to go in there the other day, and it was marvelous. The thought of getting to actually move around the space, it was kind of exciting. I don't know. It feels like a little mini adventure, at least to me.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, because normally I would give people tours and stuff, but the Magister really rushed us out of there yesterday.
I mean, could we do that as well as the library? I mean, if at least if not just you and I, while everyone else checks out the library, I would love a tour.
I mean, I think so. Depends on the Magister, I guess, but we can go over and ask and stuff.
Yeah.
I might be busy with showing him Rhythm, but we'll see.
Very true, actually. He may be direly intrigued to see, that the egg hatched.
Hmm. I kept track of every spell.
Maybe because of some of the previous thoughts you've had, some of your little bit of jealousy that has crept up, there's that slight bit in the back of your mind Jiraiya, that little voice that goes like, "But then what will he need after me? The egg is hatched now."
Mm. Or, maybe we could just hang out at the library first, like for a little bit. I can see like what I can find on my own, like about Palisman and stuff. Like I guess we don't have to rush. The
Yeah.
magister's probably busy with magister stuff.
We head in, stop by the library, and then kind of like you said, no rush. Maybe just mosey about the place, take the tour anyway. Maybe we'll bump into him along the way.
Or maybe we'll not bump into him too, like by coincidence, maybe.
Hey, I would also be fine with that. I do like Alexi, but I don't. Magisters always have such a presence about them, you know.
No, do
It's
they?
I mean, at least to me. I mean, maybe I'm a little jaded, but I don't know. They always have a bit of an air about them. Maybe
Hmm.
it's the stature position. I don't
Hmm.
blame them. I mean, if I could do what they could do, yeah, I'd walk around like I owned the place. I mean, he does own the place, but you
Yeah,
know what I mean.
technically. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's probably fine. I've given like a million tours, and by that she means like 7. Are you gonna come too, Tigger?
I mean, I think I want to do a bit of window shopping today. I mean, I've got all this money I still haven't really spent. I mean, I got some Kiba some food. Isn't that right,
Mhm.
Kiba?
Speaking of food for you and your little friend there, if you see anything good while you're out for dinner, I mean, feel free to pick it up. Even if I don't end up making it tonight, I could always use it, later on.
Well, I'll definitely keep an eye out, but you guys stocked up pretty well the other day.
Oh.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, the tea. I mean, I trust your palate.
Oh, and there's been rumors of an apple butcher. So if you hear anything about
Ooh.
it, like we are dying to know.
Very good point. Almost forgot.
Right. You've mentioned this a couple times. I'm still confused by the concept.
I mean, if you see it, just go in. It'll probably make more sense once you're inside. But if you don't, it's just easier if we, find it and show you again. We've kind of described it a few times, and it is a little foreign because again, it's like a butchery, kinda, sorta.
Right, but for apples.
Yeah, when you say it like that, it does sound different. I do understand.
I don't understand, but like it's fine. You guys are silly here, but it's fine. I'm not judging. Another look with the butterfly.
Just extreme nodders, still confused, but participating nonetheless.
Are you gonna come, Houdini?
Sure. I don't think I have much else going on.
No cleansing
What?
you gotta do today?
Best I think I'll stay with group. Never know when
I agree. I think you should definitely.
yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Who knows? Maybe there will be some cleansing needing in the library.
Sure. You never know.
But Durith, didn't you want a horse? We should probably do that first. What if someone else buys your horse? That would be terrible.
Can we do
Earth
that
goes like pale white for a second, and
Grant's like
Whoa.
trying to get ahead of the derailment.
well,
No one's gonna look. If we just go by the library,
yeah,
or the tower and the library, do our thing, we could get it on the way back, and then you'll have the horse. So while we're making dinner, maybe I'll make something for the horse. Yes, while it's outside. Yes.
yeah, I might
Yeah.
agree with Grant on this. I mean, it's hard enough to get him to let the horse in here. I don't know if the magistrate will let the horse in the tower.
Oh, yeah, what an excellent point. Grant is like rolling his eyes.
But what if someone buys your horse? Aren't you worried? We don't have to rush straight to the magisters, like, because we could get the horse, and then maybe someone could bring it here, and then
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
I wasn't expecting that comment to make Jaya start like trying to put it off that hard, but
put what off? With your little horse and day. Help me,
Well-
there's Nay.
well, maybe we could just buy it on the way and then just pick it up on the way home.
That just seems. Why would you do so many? I mean,
Is it not on the way?
it may be on the way, but it feels like so many steps. I mean, we
I
just
can
go.
make it on the way.
Okay. I mean, if I'm being outvoted, I'm being outvoted. But this is.
Yeah, no,
It's just adding difficulty to our day, which hey, I'm here for. That's what we're looking for. I will do my part.
it's okay. I mean, we don't. I'm sure the horse. I'm sure he'll be there.
Yeah, I'm sure we can teach the horse to climb stairs in just a couple hours.
The
Like-
horse isn't coming inside, so we won't even have to teach it about stairs at all to any extent.
What if there's an emergency?
Like outside of
Guy
like,
makes a good point.
in its little stall.
Come get what if I'm in trouble? He's come. Get
Yeah, it
me.
needs to come inside.
Yeah.
So if you're
Well,
in
there's a
trouble-
fire outside.
If you're in trouble, you're going to the horse before you come to me. Just so I understand.
Well,
They're
so
just
the
going to
horse
double
has
down
the
on anything that
option.
gets the horses.
Mhm. What if the horse is trapped at the bottom of some stairs? You would feel really bad if the horse couldn't get out because you didn't bother to teach it.
I think
Also-
you should feel bad for getting it inside where it would get stuck at the
Stuck.
base of stairs.
You never know where stairs could appear. Does that not happen here? Does that not happen in places like this?
No, not regularly.
Also, I missed it.
So-
Why are we delaying the tower so far? What is Straya not
I don't know
want
what
to
you're
do?
talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I made
I
a
am not
comment
going
as like a slight little
Let the
reminder.
talisman get studied by the magister. How dare you?
Yeah, she started to kind of realize that like the one thing the magister was interested in about her was her whole story and the egg that she had. Now that it's hatched, once she shows it to them, what are they going to need her for?
I may not have a green card yet, okay? And I don't feel like being deported back to the Feywilds just because I crossed illegally through an undetermined portal. Like, okay, no one told me I needed paperwork.
I have a child that was born in this country now, okay?
You and your anchor baby. Get out.
I mean,
Yeah, maybe Grant's right. Let's just go to the tower. We'll just get the studying done as soon as possible so we can get the horse real quick.
I mean,
What do you
thank
guys even want to
for-
look for?
I'm hoping to look for old recipes and
Yeah,
if
I'm
there's
never,
anything of interest about my powers. Honestly,
it's fair. Also,
Oh.
like, I've been to too many libraries that often, and who knows? Maybe there's music.
oh,
Like written music.
yeah,
new
you could
songs
get some new
somewhere.
songs. Yeah,
Huh.
Got the Feywild. You get some recipes. You just learn a little bit about this magister and this place.
I mean, and plus you needed to do research too, right? So about rhythm.
Yeah, and the bloody apples and butchers.
I mean, I
that's
brought up
right.
the blood apple butcher to the Magister when I first got here because I was hungry. You know, I wanted a good sandwich, and
I'm
they
sorry.
didn't seem to know anything about it.
Oh, well, libraries have answers.
We could at least check if they have anything. Grant probably just like gives a glance to Houdini. I'm sure we can find Houdini something to investigate. Maybe
We could-
something of interest.
I can,
Yeah, maybe you could look
take
up your
a-
holy
take a
flame
peek around.
thing. Uh-huh.
See, we all have a little something we can dive into there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I guess it's possible the Magister might not even let us in without a reason.
It's like if you're worried that he won't let your palisman in there, I can use invisibility on it.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm gonna do to the horse to get. I
I'm
can
just
use
imagining
invisibility
you're
on
in the house
it.
in bed at night and you just hear like a clop, clop,
Clop,
clop,
clop.
clop.
Clop, clop,
It's
clop.
right behind
Who's
me.
there?
Jareth? Huh? What?
Clearly see something chewing on my collar.
You hear the like snort, and your hair just like blows.
Bit drafty in here, huh?
Sudden warm, moist breeze. You know how it is around here.
Creaky floorboards sound like a horse tromping. Am I right? Anyway, excuse me. If you guys could just like give me a 3-foot radius and just not walk close, that'd be great.
But you know, I might take you up on that. Like, wouldn't it be funny if I, you know, surprise the Magister with rhythm? You know, like so there could be a reveal.
Mm-hmm. Get advantage of my initiative roll.
At the word surprise, you get that sense of confusion, but also excitement because it can seem to pick up on like you being like, "This is a good idea."
See, rhythm likes it.
Surprise!
Rhythm looks exactly the
Surprise!
same to all of you.
It's not my magic, but I think that'd be a fun entrance, right? I mean, I'm not much of a performer, but I get it.
Well, how long does your invisibility last, Dareth? Not that I'm like doubting you, but also like exchanging a look.
I mean, I could do it for a minute.
Okay. I mean, that's more than I can do. I'm not trying to say that's not
Yeah.
impressive.
I get it. Well, maybe we could time it.
Yeah.
Did
Okay.
which invisibility do you have?
Just the normal one. Just
Is that one
invisibility.
not an hour?
No, I think greater is an hour.
Mm.
Oh,
But it is. Let's see. Bard's Bear. A little too. It's a little too.
It should be, unless it's something else, it should be an hour.
yeah. I was like, because
Oh.
I swear Gale has an hour on hers,
Oh,
but
yeah,
then
that's-
greater is a minute because greater allows you to cast spells and stuff without dropping it, and that's why it's short. But that's also why it's shorter.
That's ironic. You guys are actually correct. I don't know how I messed that up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, unless for some reason like you
Solid.
have this invisibility from some sort of like special feat where it's got other stipulations.
Yeah, I didn't
Like-
know if you had something that like gave you it for free.
Yeah,
That was a
yeah.
minute.
Yeah,
Yep.
because I think there are some races that like have things like that.
Corrected. Okay. Rewind. 1 hour. I could make it visible for 1 hour.
Oh,
Mm.
that's great then. I guess we can do it like right before we arrive. A little bit before that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I mean, we
Yeah.
really just have to get, like, what are the odds the Magister's going to be in the library all day?
Well, I mean, I guess it like hasn't come up a lot like from the outside, but I actually like, unlike some people, I sort of like glance at where Darina's room is. I can't like just go in and out of the tower. Like technically, the Magister lets me in every time, and I'm just the one who opens the door.
No harm in checking, I guess, right? I mean, people show up to talk to the Magister all the time.
Yeah, we all have reasons to look at the library.
Yeah, we're, I mean, a part of, what do we call it? The hand? Alexi's hand?
Yeah.
We're like employees.
I was gonna say fingers, but that makes more sense. Okay.
I mean, yeah, we great. Yeah.
Then sure. So we'll get the horse, and then we'll show the horse the stairs, and then we'll have some lunch, and then we'll go to the tower.
Grant will give. Can I inside check? Just to
Yeah, go for it.
see, just to see if you are like intentionally stalling, or if this is like a fixation on the horse, or just like a vibe check. So I won't have advantage on this.
Yeah, what do you think the DC would be, Bryce?
I mean, I'll just
do you
try
think
this.
do you think a 20? Are you gonna a 25 insight versus an 18 deception?
Come on, Grant. Like, Durith cares about this horse. This was like the whole point of yesterday. Don't want to put down all your hard effort, huh, Durith?
Oh, she's
All right,
stalling.
everyone. She's like doing okay to like everyone else maybe, but you know her well enough, and you know enough about the things that she's been grappling with when it comes to the Magister specifically, almost like you have your hands in it.
What?
So
No.
I think
What?
you perfectly understand what's going through her mind. Like it probably just clicked for you finally.
Mm-hmm. Grant probably like has a very subtle grin. He probably looks over at Drya. Drya, I'm not meaning to like call you out or anything, but is there any reason you don't want to go see the Magister? I mean, just like a yes or no. I mean, it's fine. Like you don't. I'm not asking you to explain yourself. Just want a little clarity.
What? I mean, no, I'm fine with going. Like I already agreed to go, and we're gonna go to the library, and we might see the Magister, and then I'm gonna do the surprise. I'm definitely gonna do that and show them. So it's fine.
Can I insight check again? This one is just, is it a lie or not a lie? Just the yay or nay. Lie detector. 24?
Come on. Come on.
24 against the 12
Yeah,
deception.
she's trying to convince herself is what's happening. Like she sees it as inevitable, but she feels really uncomfortable with like what she has to do and how it's making her feel. Because she had been looking forward to this so much, but now she's got like these really weird mixed feelings about all this.
Mm-hmm. Grant probably like ponders for like the split second. His like former gambler is like coming out and is like weighing options. It's like, which side do I lean into? Do I try to press her to the tower or lean into staying away from the tower? And then he probably in this flash of a second, he maybe has like an echo of like the voice he heard last night and just like pushing him to go inside the tower. And he probably would just respond, as much as I understand not wanting to maybe go there immediately, what if we just make it quick? We make it real fast and the brief. Just go in, maybe do a little bit of research again. Maybe the door is open. Maybe the Magister isn't there. Maybe you show us the sneakiest way to the library. Maybe we all keep hush hush while we look about the space, you know?
Okay. I mean, we can take a quick break, Mammy.
Yeah, we could take a quick break if we need.
Yeah, I just
I
didn't
mean, I
want
feel
to
like we're on
interrupt
the
the
verge of a scene
conversation.
change.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you guys want to finish up your combo.
I feel like that's about it. I feel like
Yeah.
it's something she already agreed to a long time ago. So like, it's not like this is, she's already got that sunk cost fallacy
Mhm.
going on. Where is this discomfort coming from? What the heck?
Am I being gaslit?
Grant just trying to imply that this could be a covert operation. If we get in there and can poke around, we could do that.
Yeah, like maybe we can do an in and out before the hour of invisibility is done.
Yeah, that way, even if we do bump into the Magister, Rhythm is invisible, and we continue on the conversation. Let him know our intention, because going to the library.
And Dry really does have stuff she actually wants to look at in the library. I don't know if Mavi brought his headphones with him.
I did. I've been hearing.
Okay. But I don't think she spent too much time in the library. Like most of her time in the tower before the Magister got distracted with Darina, I think was focused on examining the egg and all of that kind of stuff and hearing about her history with her patron.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't do any research of her own into her patron. And so now it's something that kind of came to her mind as you talked about, like wanting to know more about your source of your power. She's like, I guess this is a good opportunity for me too.
Mm-hmm.
And then she won't have to feel like she has no one to turn to when the Magister throws her out to the curb.
You'll have a best friend in Grant.
How do you know that's what the Magister's gonna do?
I don't know. I just have this weird gut feeling about it. It's like a whispering in her ear of Grant.
He's gonna throw you out. He's gonna leave you high
He
and
hates you.
dry.
Everyone abandoned you. I'm the only one who cares about. Oh, did you want some more muffins? Here, just like your grandmama used to make.
Which I also just find it really funny that that's what you've convinced her of. As you guys are sitting in a house that they spontaneously bought, from somebody, and they've just given to you guys basically.
This is a person that lives in the lap of luxury. I think this is just a business expense. This isn't even like a thought to someone of a luxury.
Yeah, if they could just give us a house, they could just take the house at any point.
I mean, like I'm not saying you guys are wrong. It's just a very funny scenario.
But I am gonna go potty and grab a bivy if we're taking a hot break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's
Give
take a little
Craig a break,
and
maybe.
Yeah.
Take 5, Craig.
Take 5, Craig, my guy.
Take the day.
Craigie.
Oh, Craig.
Get back.
Don't forget to restart your musical. So, as we come back, what is the group finally decided again? Tower first or horse? Tower, right?
I think tower and then invisible rhythm, like right as we approach, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Righty. So you guys all head out. Tigger waving you goodbye. Waving goodbye with Kiba as well. He's picking up his little paw. Bye. He sets off to go do some window shopping, maybe buy something. So you guys make your way towards the tower.
You better stay away from my horse.
Wouldn't that be so funny? Ticker buys the horse.
I'd have to kill Tigger.
I assume you're gonna invisible rhythm, like when you guys get to like the circle around the tower.
That's what I imagined. Like the walls
Yeah.
outside.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys make your way out on this Saturday morning. Well, a little bit, not quite afternoon yet, but you know, it's after breakfast. You guys hung out for a little bit. Excuse me. The town is a bustle as things have started getting moving. Nothing too crazy though. Imagine you guys are pretty focused though on making your way to the tower.
I think Grant is keeping us focused on it for sure.
Fair. That's fair. Dareth is probably helping. He's probably equally interested.
Yeah, I think after Grant was like, "No, we should really go," then Darth was like, "Oh, that's right. We're here for a reason."
Right.
You guys make your walk over. It's not a terrible walk, especially when you're just headed straight there. It's probably 15-20 minutes.
Now that we don't have to follow Dryax, we know our way.
What?
Our walk went from 2.5 hours to 15 minutes.
Yeah, there's probably a
This is
couple parts
boring.
where Dry's like, I think we turn here. And Grant's like, nope, keep going straight. We're not this way.
But like you're heading towards the tower like eyesight line. That's not how it works. Yes it is.
Yeah.
We get there in record time. Wow, the city just must have really moved in our favor today.
Wow. City must have shrunk.
So you guys approach that circle area, circle market surrounding the tower. Are you just gonna cast invisibility out in the open, or? I mean, you've seen people do magic out in the open before, but just curious.
Like honestly, I don't think Darth would think twice about it. So unless somebody else was like, "Hey, let's try and be discreet," he would just literally do it. He would just reach over him.
What does
Yeah,
your
I wouldn't
invisibility
fight for
look
it.
like?
Maybe kind of like a pale green mist that kind of like comes out, surrounds them, like as it kind of fades down and disappears. So does the.
It does the fade out as the mist goes over.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It's like it wraps, envelops it, and then as it fades, it's just gone.
There'd probably be like one passerby be like, "Oh, where'd the butterfly go?"
One of life's mysteries. Keep it moving, bud.
What
Don't tell the
butterfly?
magister what you said.
Just threaten the guy.
Don't buy any horses today either.
What the fuck are you talking about? Hey.
We're a
The
hand,
city's
all
really
right?
gone downhill.
The correct answer is yes, sir. Now move.
I'm a finger. Now go.
I'll show you a finger if you don't get out of here. You feel
Yes.
okay, Rhythm? Is this uncomfortable?
You just hear that little little trill, and it's like, I guess I'm fine.
Okay, good. Be still. We're gonna surprise the Magister. Gonna do it. Maybe.
Still. Why don't you give me a little stealth check with advantage for rhythm?
Yeah, too bad I don't have their stats loaded. It's okay. They're following mommy's lead.
I have a feeling it'd be like a +1 to Dex, maybe. But we can also go with yours for now. With a 19. Yeah, rhythm gets real still up on your head, perched in the antlers.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe crawls back just a little bit, so then like they're not sticking their wings too far above you.
Mm-hmm. It's like grasping the hairs on my head.
Yeah.
Okay,
I see.
let's go. No time to waste.
Off we go.
You guys walk up to the tower where there's no like real door just yet, but you know where the door is supposed to be. There's like an outline of it with those 3 circles where the doorknob would be. I assume you knock.
Yep, knock knock. Magister, we're here to visit.
There'd be a short pause, probably like 3 minutes before finally you'd see the light or those 3 circles start to glow up and complete into full circles, and then the door just starts to form out of the brick, and it opens up. Oh, hello, you all. How are you today?
Good. Darina invited us to the library, which is funny because she actually couldn't make it. She does not feel well, but she was like, "Oh, you guys should check out my work." And these guys want to look at like music and recipes.
Hmm.
We just love an opportunity, just to expand our horizons. Dorita was speaking so highly of it. It was her birthday yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she didn't say anything about her birthday.
I mean, it was a last minute decision, but I think you can still get her something.
You just see that slight look of confusion as they just brush up past it. Not like an eye roll, but a slight, like you can see that like reset in their brain through their eyes of like, okay, moving on. Well, I'm not sure I really have much in the way of recipes in the library, but if you guys are looking to do some research, I guess. A little surprised you're bringing it up, Drea. You didn't really seem that interested in the library before.
Yeah, well, I've matured, like I've been doing stuff and like going on quests and stuff with my new friends. Looks at you, Grant.
Grant gives like a bit of a nod. I mean, honestly, Dryad has been a huge part of our success, and especially with the goblin incident back over in Hillcarth. Very, very helpful.
I don't
Well
think she
then.
really did anything for that, did she?
Yeah, if you had gone into more detail, I was gonna be like, I think I need a deception check. But you're keeping it just vague enough where I'm like, okay, all right.
Where Grant lives, baby.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that would be fine. Kind of doing some experiments in my lab. I guess if you're here, kind of looking more at Dry Lake, I guess it'll be fine. You know the rules.
Yeah, and I know my way around.
I'll make sure to unlock the library.
Thank you.
If you guys want tea, Drya knows where it is. As they start to just kind of like walk off after letting you guys into the area, into the waiting room.
Okay. Stealth.
And you'd see as they open that back door to the staircase, they'd kind of give a wave of their hand, and you'd hear like an overemphasized, maybe they like emphasized it with magic, like a unlocking sound. They just kind of, library's open.
Yes, thank
And make their
you.
way
Thank
down
you,
the
Majesty.
staircase.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, they're gone.
You hear a little from the top of your head.
Shh, 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 shh. It's okay. Okay, this way.
Grant following in tow, just sort of like casually looking about the place curiously, like gawking a little bit as he follows.
Now that you're really getting a better look at this place, you're able to actually like look around without the Magister's eyes on you. Really able to soak it in. You can see those crystalline pipes all around. Maybe once you get into the staircase, you can see how they like snake along the walls and like along that like middle column. Like this place is huge. Like definitely bigger on the inside than the out.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. I would lead you guys up the staircase to the library. Are you guys just going to the library?
Yeah, first stop library. Maybe second
Yeah,
stop
first stop.
tour.
So you would reach probably one of the only sets of like double doors. Very like mahogany wood looking doors. Mahogany, the best wood. Very
I pull it
grand
open, sweep
doorway.
everyone in. Here we are.
It's very Bell-esque in that it's just, these like walls, like almost 2-3 stories tall of just books everywhere. A couple different ladders, like, along the railings so you can actually get up there. There's a couple tables about for reading, maybe a little fireplace. You'd notice it's not like a actual fireplace, but as like the doors open up, the lights all come on. It's these like crystals embedded in the like chandeliers and like wall mounted sconces. Is that the word?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Producing the light, and in where the fireplace would be instead of actual wood, it's just these like crystal hunks that are like shaped like logs that just seem to be producing light and a bit of warmth.
That's cool.
Wow, this place is impressive. I guess I don't know what I expected, but
I expected a lot less. So
like, do we all just split up and go do our own thing?
I guess for now, and then can always just back up if needed. Also, let me know if you want me to turn off that visibility, or we can keep it up till it fades.
Yeah, I mean, Rhythm says she's fine, so should be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna look for things too.
Grant
What
heads
all is
off.
everyone looking for?
Grant doesn't use any ladders, just for flavor's sake. He like walks up the frames of the shelves with his spider climb, just casually up it.
I give you a little plod.
Thank you. I mean, I figured you guys would probably need ladders, maybe not Houdini, but I figured you guys would probably, yeah.
I'm gonna try to use my mage hand as much as possible.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's fair.
So it's 30 feet. I don't know how tall this place is, but when he can.
I also
Oh,
have
it
mage
does
hand.
it only actually has a range of 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I thought it could go a little bit further. It's just like you can only cast it within 30 feet. Doesn't make sense.
I can't remember who I
You can
have it
double
on.
your range.
Yeah, I think it's Cade that has the thing where it can go 60 feet and like do a bunch of extra.
Oh, yeah, the Arcane Trickster one, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Has all like invisible and has extra stuff. That sounds right. We'll start with Grant, I guess. Grant, as he heads off to look for books, he's looking for any sort of historical books pertaining to Alexi's lineage, maybe his heritage, and anything involving his parents or their parents. Don't know if this would be the place, but that's what he's going to look for. There's no recipes, then that's his next stop.
Yes, give me an investigation check.
Oof.
I'd say with how much time you guys have, I'll give you advantage on this. This will be, over a good like 30 minutes of searching.
And I can pop a blood rush as well, just to speed around if that helps anything. 16.
Oh, lights flickered. She wouldn't have something like that. You would definitely find a couple different books that had been like written by previous Hidden Cliffs magisters.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Maybe one thing you kind of pick up, you don't seem to find anything from the first magister. The oldest book you found is from the second magister. But you do also find a book written by Ravafina, Alexi's mother, the previous magister.
Has Grant heard that name before, or is this like, oh, this is the name?
Yeah, you've heard Ravafina's name before.
Okay.
Yeah, Lady Vane definitely would have said it before.
As soon as he finds a book written by her, he's like, "Holy shit!" and just snatches it up.
As you start thumbing through it, it really is just a a book on like new methods of casting, shortcuts for different spells. You would, though. Did you thumb through any of the other ones, or did you only just kind of like see who it was and like, okay, move on?
He probably would give each one at least like a brief glance through, because again, he knows he's like needle in a haystack. So it's kind of like, the name Ravafina probably just was like, oh, that's just like what he was looking for, and he's like, fuck. So if there was anything else, basically, he'd at least give it like a once through, like maybe a couple of paragraph scan, and then like, okay, nothing, moving on.
Also, I realized I didn't say this earlier. I'm adding a +2 because of your blood rush, since you're able to kind of like thumb through these faster,
I will take a charge off my affinity spell.
So with this being a book, a lot of arcane jargon, a lot of it does seem to probably kind of go over your head a bit. But one thing you do notice, maybe you didn't like think about it the first time you saw it. You saw in one of the previous, a lot of these books were, in a very, not exactly like in a line, but in the same general area of the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
And all of these books have kind of been like the same thing. It's almost like a collection of like the things that magister had, like worked on. And it's like a collection of their magical achievements, essentially. Maybe you saw it the first time in the fourth magister's book, but you didn't like think anything of it really. And, you pass through it so quick, but then you see it like referenced again in Ravafina's book. And it's a whole chapter dedicated to the process of trying to alter oneself to add an extra digit for enhanced spell work.
Okay, and these are just like mentions, basically, like no real like hyper detailed or focused.
Yeah, that is something you notice with these. Maybe like going back to the fourth book, this all seems to be, this specific stuff is mostly theoretical. The fourth magister at the end of his seemed to have deemed that like it just was too cost expensive, to deem it even worth physically attempting. But Ravafina seems to have it in her mind, like she thinks she's worked the math out and found a way to possibly make it work, but it kind of just ends there.
Okay. Grant probably chews on that, and probably took him most of his search time, I would imagine.
You do get a brief mention of her husband, Roy Dark Fallheel, in like the beginning of her book. Literally is just like a brief mention of like, this is who she was married to. Moving on. Oh, and her child was Alexei.
Okay. And so Ravafina, was she the magister or was Roy Dark the magister?
Ravafina was the magister.
And she was the third magister? Fifth magister?
She was the eighth.
Eighth magister. Okay. I don't know if Grant knew that stuff. I know Matt has been told this, but I don't know
Mhm.
if Grant knew that bit.
Yeah, this is finally starting to put a few like, oh, okay, wow, there's been a lot of magisters here. Yeah.
And Alexi's the 9th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay.
This is also the first time, maybe you're kind of putting those pieces together, that the title of Magister was passed on, like in the family.
Got you. That was just for the hidden cliffs, like they didn't move around anywhere.
Nope.
Okay. Okay. I think that would probably be it for Grant, unless there's any other time he would have. I mean, he'd probably keep searching if he would, but I imagine it'd take a good chunk.
We may do one more search for everybody, but I want to at least get one from everyone. Who next?
Oops, wrong one. We doing one at a time? Who wants to go
Yeah.
next?
Unless somebody thinks they may have a joint thing.
No, I mean, I don't know. If you're looking at patron stuff, I guess we could look that up together because I want to find out stuff about my patron, Houdini.
I think that Houdini is also kind of a little hyper fixated on his dream that he had. So I think that he would kind of go off and do his own thing and kind of do some search for his patron, but he would also look up because you know how in like some cultures they have like prophecies that have been passed down for a while, and so I think that he would kind of do a lot of searching in that kind of vein.
I don't know how these books are organized if we would end up in the same areas because I'm gonna look for patron stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's up to you, Maddie.
Why don't you guys give me some investigation or maybe perception? I could see, Drea maybe looking at things a little more passively.
We'll say she's really trying. I mean, they're the same stat for me, so it really doesn't matter. But are we all getting advantage, or just some of us?
I'd say with these, it's going to be flat.
Okay.
And that's honestly mostly because as you guys are searching with 13 and 6, you're starting to pick up on that there's not a lot of books about the gods. Any of them, really.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, maybe that, little speech the Magister gave you is kind of ringing back in your head, Dry, of like, it's your power, even if the gods awakened it. You're starting to get the feeling maybe the Magister doesn't really like the gods.
Probably share that frustration with you, Houdini.
Houdini, you would find like a book, but it's literally just like the generic. These are like the 12 the 12 disciple gods, or like the principal gods, whatever they call them. It's a very generic book that you could probably find in quite a few bookstores. So you're like, why is this here?
This library seems to be rather unhelpful as far as it goes in its nature of religious pursuit.
Yeah, like I guess the Magister isn't like particularly godly. I mean, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, they like really didn't know anything about my patron when I brought it up. They're more interested in the egg.
Yeah, why is it that you kind of wanted to hide your little egg creature away from?
Ha, ha. I'm not hiding. I'm surprising them with it.
I don't know if you can surprise people with something that is invisible unless you make it uninvisible. My
Well,
English.
that'll be the surprise.
So you're planning like a surprise birthday party for?
Us. Ooh, maybe I am now, but it won't be a surprise for Rhythm. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little nervous for like some reason that I can't quite place. Like, I don't know. The Magister's been kind of distant, so it's just things have been kind of weird ever since Darina came around. Like a little, like a lot, a little.
Oh, okay. May see what's going on here. I mean, if you're worried, I don't think you have anything to worry about. I don't think that it's a game of favorites.
I mean, it's not, because if it was, I would be the loser, and I don't lose at things. Okay, so Darina's just like more important, I guess. Like, she has a badge. None of us have a badge. She can just like come in and out of here, even though I was here first, technically.
But I mean, we are still very key pieces in what's going on. Am I wrong? It's kind of like a what's that game with the the black and white pieces, and you move them around on that.
Checkers.
Ah, yeah, checkers. It's kind of like that. Like each piece has its own value, right? But no piece is necessarily better than the other.
But what is going on? Like, I don't know. Do you know?
Only time can tell, right?
I guess. It's just like they haven't really brought me with them to the Feywild in like a while, and we used to do that like kind of a lot. And now I don't even like stay here anymore, and I can't come in and out, and it's just like everything's different. It's weird, but Grant has really been there for me, and so have you, Houdini. Like, we talk and stuff. Like, we shared a horse on our ride out, and like we did the goblin stuff. That was cool.
Of course. And I mean, Grant and Dareth have been mighty fine individuals ever since the Ceasefire twins decided to make their departure.
I mean, let's not talk about them. I mean, and also Dirth is really nice, but he's kind of distant.
Oh no, he's actually quite enthusiastic if you give him the chance. Maybe you guys just haven't had enough of a opportunity to get to know each other.
Well, like, I did a really good job picking out a place for him to get that horse money, and now he didn't even want to go get the horse, even though I said it would be a good idea. Like, I don't know. He doesn't seem all that open to my suggestions.
I mean, it seemed like they were just very excited to come back to the library and maybe get that tour. Maybe it was just overexcitement on that end. I'm sure that Earth still has every intention of getting that horse. He seemed very fixated on it.
Well, so you
Yeah.
think I should give a tour instead of like rushing us over to the horse?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they seemed really interested in taking a tour, and so
You
I think
did.
that maybe that would and maybe you and Durith can like maybe you can like lead Durith around. I don't just try to get a little bit more one-on-one time with him, I guess.
I mean, Dirt did help me hide surprise rhythm, so I guess you're right. They're not that distant.
See?
Okay.
Send yourself, put yourself out there.
Well, I'll keep looking for a little bit. I'll let you know if I find anything. But yeah, the Magister doesn't seem to have much like godly stuff in here.
Do you happen to know if he keeps any books on maybe like historical events or anything of that such nature?
I think there's stuff in like that section over
I
there.
will go check that out. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Okay.
But make sure that you bring up that idea about taking a tour. They seemed really excited about that, and I think that might really get you some. What do they call it? Good person points.
Prayers?
It's something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dry will kind of wander around and then maybe make their way over to Durth. So maybe we can hear like Durth's thing, and then I'll pop up and be like, "Hey!"
Yeah, what was Gareth searching for?
Firstly, you hear some loud ass crash because he tried to climb some of the bookshelf to use his mage hand to get what he want. And just like snaps in the middle, a bunch of books fall. And he just like jumps down and like walks away. I don't know what happened.
That's so crazy.
Regardless if somebody saw him. He's looking for anything he can find on Lady Vane or horses. Mostly Lady Vane.
Didn't know where the split was there.
It's a 60-40.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I should roll. Oh, God. This is fine. Everything's fine.
Oh.
It was
Right
on the
as I
shelf.
was
I
about
broke.
to be like, I think this is going to be a kind of high DC. A natural one for a 2.
Find the wrong Lady Vane book.
You know, you do surprisingly find a very detailed book on horse breeds and coats.
Just get distracted.
Horse care tips for beginners.
So you want to get a horse.
As you guys are searching, this will kind of be like a passive for all of you. Give me either a perception if you're not so magically inclined, or an arcana check.
What were the choices again? What or Arcana?
Perception if you're not as magically inclined, or arcana check.
You're magically inclined. I'll bite the bullet. Hey!
Hell yeah, let's go.
The Lord take it, the Lord give it.
What's Houdini get?
You said perception or arcana?
Mm-hmm. Grant, maybe with this, we'll say you're also in the midst of trying to find, those books. You've been trying to keep an eye out for any, fake books, secret panels, stuff like that. You're not really finding anything. Everything seems so far to you, it seems to just be a library. So at least that checks out. Drea, you're picking up on the heavy magic just oozing off of various bits from this room. Maybe you're also just feeling that nice little connection with rhythm. You feel maybe they're like a little antsy to do something, but not like anxious or scared. Just like, okay, we've been sitting for 30 minutes.
That's half my
I've
life
been
so
alive
far.
for that's like a quarter of my life. I'm just trying to think of. I don't think you'd really. You're really trying, Houdini. Find a religion book, but there's just nothing here. Dearth,
Nothing on
though.
like, because he started shifting courses and started looking towards just like historical events, like timeline pieces, stuff like that.
Oh, right. I'd say with that 16, you do find a book kind of detailing some of the building up over the years of the Hidden Cliffs. How the town didn't really start to like form as it was till like the Third Magister. It kind of started off as just like this weird village surrounding the tower. But I mean, this city's been here for almost 400 years now. I mean, it's almost as old as the Niffining. Almost. That was like 500 years ago. Durith, though, maybe after getting distracted, you'd kind of look back at that shelf you broke earlier. Maybe notice the shelf has repaired itself, but all the books are still on the ground.
Whew.
Would
The
you
mahogany safe.
Would you pick any of them up and
He'd
put
probably
them
use.
back?
Yeah, probably, because I think he'd break it and he'd go look around, and maybe as he's reading his horse book, he'd be like, "Oh shit, the books!" And he'd look at the shelf and be like, "Oh, and quickly try to put them all back so that doesn't happen.
In that process, trying to put the books all back up on the shelf. I imagine you're not being the most careful. You're probably not putting all of them like binder facing out.
No, I'm sure some are upside down too.
There's one that you grabbed that as you start to like move it, there's just something slightly off about the front cover. Almost like it's like ever so slightly lagging behind the book. Like maybe you notice it as you like set the book on the shelf. You get that slight glimpse of like, wait, what the fuck? You have a feeling maybe this book is covered by some sort of illusion magic.
I try to thumb through it if I can. Investigate it further. What's going on?
The outside cover with the illusion would try to be making itself look like some sort of like wood whittling like handbook. But when you open that like front cover, you can see behind it like the runes and the like intricate ink work on the back of the cover to like create the illusion spell on the front. But there's no title page on that first page.
Probably thumb through a little bit, just see what it's about at this point. I was curious. So I guess maybe he would actually start reading like a few pages.
Do you know Elven?
That's a great question. Yes.
Let's go.
You do.
I was like, is it Elven or Sylvan?
You definitely could read this. It's Elven.
Mm-hmm.
Just immediately from like the visual layout of like the pages, once you push past that first blank page, you'd see that like the inside is lined. It seems to, now that you've like you're feeling it in the hand because you can kind of feel like the outside texture of the book. It kind of feels like leather bound, and with the line pages and the way it's like headed with like a date. It seems to be a journal.
Awesome.
As you start kind of briefly thumbing through it, they never seem to quite reference their own name, but based off of, well, I don't know if you know Roy Dark, but you know, just briefly reading through this, you see the name like Ravafina. You have the feeling this may have been a journal of somebody close to Ravafina. And actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if you know her name.
No, he just found, well, I don't know. It depends on what lady, what's her face, told us before we left. Lady Vane.
I don't think she ever told you the real reason why.
Yeah, I do feel like I'm very much a tag along for Grant. It was like, go with Grant. You shit to do.
But definitely finding a journal that is hidden with illusion magic, that's pretty out of the norm.
He'd probably thumb through it some more and just kind of like try and pick up some dates roughly of how old it is, and then he'd probably just like confidently take it.
I confidently take it. He
Yeah,
chuckles while he takes it.
He chuckles while he takes it.
like he just kind of looks at it.
No.
He's like, huh, cool, and just throws in the bag with the horse book he found.
Yeah, next to the horse book he also took.
I don't think he understands the concept of what this library is. It's like, well, I can't stay here all day reading this. I gotta get my horse.
Just put Roy Dark's journal or hidden journal in your bag. I did not think that one was going to turn into that, but I'm so happy it did.
It's hidden journal. Book of
I literally
Verses.
the DC was 19.
Nice. Hell yeah.
Dice tell a story, my lord.
So I was like, that's too perfect. And it makes sense. You had to touch all of those books, put them back on the shelf.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's perfect.
It worked out.
And it's so funny too, because it's like you don't understand what you're holding.
He just thinks it's juicy gossip.
Amazing. Ugh. Any other searches you guys are wanting to do? It's probably been 30, 40 minutes at this point.
Grant, he wants to look at. So he found, I believe it was the fourth Magister's book that like talks about this like adding a digit magic.
Mm-hmm.
What are like the possible negative side effects? Just like kind of reading through that like chapter once more. Just like death and destruction sort of thing.
Yeah, kinda. Because the biggest obstacle that they saw it as the fourth Magister, not only does it require an insane amount of power, but you are not only altering / creating more mass into a body, but you're altering the soul, since this process is, helps solidify your link with the weave even further.
Hmm.
So it's pretty high level stuff. And they didn't quite think it was possible. They're like, the theory's there, but it's kind of the whole like faster than light travel thing, where it's like, I mean, yeah, theoretically that should work, but how are you gonna ever have that much power to power such a device?
Hmm. Interesting.
Also, if you fuck it up at any point, like, boom, that's it, done.
Mhm. I guess any other time I have left, I'm gonna spend looking up info on Ravafina. Probably trying to get past all the general like basic stuff about her and get to like any nitty gritty bits.
Maybe as Durth finishes putting the books on the shelf, stashing away the journal, that'd probably be when Drea pops up. Like, hey, you want to do the tour? Right?
Yeah. I mean, you seemed eager. Hey, you seemed eager for the tour.
God, I didn't. Yeah, tour. Do you mean it? Of the whole tower, or just the library? I've the tower.
Oh, I mean, I don't know the library that well, and we've kind of like been in here for a minute.
Thank God.
But I know where like a lot of the doors lead. I mean, they may like all be locked. Not sure. But if we're gonna do this before your invisibility runs out, we should probably like go sooner rather than later.
I'm ready right now, and I can do invisibility again if we need to.
Well, okay. Should we ask Grant? I mean, it seemed like he wanted to go too. I mean, I figured we'd like all go. Like, are you still looking at stuff? You seemed done. You like cleaned up that mess you made.
Oh, that was Grant. Are you ready?
Yeah, Grant's like up on the wall, just like standing, maybe like hunched over, like standing up on one of the bookcases, like 30 feet up in the air.
I'll use a minor illusion to be extra loud.
I look over at Houdini. Does Houdini look eager to like go on the tour, or is he like deep in books?
At this point, he's not like eager to go on the tour or anything, but he is hitting the end of what he thinks is the lifespan of being able to find anything that he thinks is useful.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. I got you. Okay. He looks over at Drya and Durith. Yeah. Think I may hang out in here. I mean, I don't know. Just like, trying to do some research on vampires and stuff. Like, there's like a lot of info in here on this sort of shit.
Oh, really? Huh. Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, because Durith and I would love to spend some time together, right, Durith?
Yeah, and we can check all the doors, and yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
no one else is here.
Yeah. You guys spend some time together. Houdini, if you want to hang out in here with me, more than welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Have no problems keeping you company.
Okay. Good. Just be a Durith. That's good. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're gonna go. Is that a book about horses?
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah. Well, Grant's already all over me about not bringing it in the house, and I was just like, well, I can't have an untrained horse around Grant.
Well, does the book even say anything about not bringing them in the house?
I don't know. I got caught up in the descriptions of what they look like, and he just starts thumbing through some of the drawings and holding them up.
Yeah,
That
this
one's
is pure.
pretty.
This is purely like a biological book on horses, very scientific. Not about the training.
Well, this book sounds really smart, and I'm not seeing anything about not bringing horses into the house.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of glad they're not coming with us.
Yeah.
Houdini's cool, but they're just horse haters.
Houdini is cool.
They're just horse haters.
This is like as we're walking out, I imagine.
Yeah, that's what I pictured. Cue Aladdin song. I can show you the world. But even though I can show you the world, we're going to limit it to just the tower today.
Grant, I'll give you one more check, but I'll be honest, the main juicy thing has kind of already been pocketed.
It's walking away from this room.
He's it's at this point, probably like you mentioned, he probably like finds through like the handful of other things, and it's all like the stuff he already knows about Ravafina. So then he's just like, well, I'm gonna look for secret bits. I mean, there's no way you have a place this big and look for secret stuff, right? And he's just like walking around looking for secret bits. He's no idea if there is anything to find, or if the one thing that was in here was already found. But he's like, I mean, if I have free reign to just run about for a minute, I could just sort of poke around in the library, of course.
Since give me one more investigation with advantage.
A dirty 20. Much better than my last one.
So you're looking all around. You would see there is an actual like desk, not just a table, kind of off. I mean, there aren't exactly corners in this room. It's
Mhm. like
it's not
rounded.
exactly like square, but it's not exactly like a perfect circle. It's kind of just like a rounded rectangle, I guess.
He would definitely try to coyly rifle through drawers as well. It seems very fitting.
Yeah, maybe now that two less eyes on you, you feel a little easier. And I mean, there are like some points where like a bookshelf will kind of jut out, so it's not just like complete, 100% visibility around the room.
hmm
But there is a desk tucked away. You've done all the classic things, looking for like a hidden or like a fake book, or you've tried pulling some of the sconces, none of them budge.
Yeah, just like a montage of him like discreetly leaning against the wall and pushing against the sconces in the room.
There's one bust like on the mantle of the fireplace. You try and turn it, nothing.
Damn it.
But then this desk tucked away in the corner. You start looking at it. Seems mostly simple, but then there are like a few like carvings kind of in the corners on like the side that you would sit in, not the opposite side.
This wood would make a great cutting board. My gods.
As you sit down, there's just like one piece. There's like this like creature face kind of sticking out from the corner, and like the eye kind of looks a little weird on it. So you like press the eye in, and you hear this click, and it's like from like the underside of the desk, like where your legs would be. You see that just this little like trap door kind of open up.
Like a little like hand-sized trapdoor.
Yeah, not super big.
Yeah. Probably like looks around the room, sees like just making sure Houdini isn't staring at him. Probably scoots into the desk as if he's sitting at it, and then just like leans down a little and is like just trying to reach his hand inside the little entrance now.
Roll me.
Get poisoned.
Roll me a D100.
I get points. It's mimic. It has your hand.
23. Ooh. Incredibly low.
Stick your hand inside this little trap door. Nothing sharp. You feel a little pouch as you start to pick it up. You can definitely tell that there's a little coin pouch of some kind. There is 23 platinum hidden inside here.
Nice. Money for Grant.
Damn, that's horse money right there, dude.
It's manipulating money right there.
That's me.
I'll just like kind of stow the pouch in my little inside coat jacket. Maybe like adjust myself on the chair so that way my foot sort of kicks that little trap door shut.
Any other searching you want to do in here? Or?
Nah, he probably like sits back in the chair, probably happy with himself. Probably looks over at Houdini. Like, what's Houdini up to?
The entire time that you were looking around, just given everything that's been going through Houdini's head, he probably half-heartedly like tried to help you look for things at first, and then like kind of like wandered off and started just staring into the fire, and he's probably just been staring at it aimlessly ever since.
Hey, Houdini, buddy, you good over there by the illusionary fire thing?
Just seeking the guidance of the flame, if you will.
Got it. You still like freaked out about rhythm?
Not a rhythm per se, but just just the warning in general.
Right, the dreams. Sorry, that's the origin of your discomfort with rhythm. Totally.
Maybe with all your, you've been thinking about this all day. Maybe you've kind of been like repeating some of what the flame said to you through your head. You get the feeling, because they did mention like it's harder to connect with you right now. That sandstorm was definitely some sort of visual / physical representation of some sort of interference.
Right.
Not entirely sure why, but
Yeah, so he's just pondering, thinking on the warning and stuff.
doesn't seem to be the butterfly. But you can't be too careful.
Never know. Unearthly, unholy creatures such as that. You never know. Anywho, what do you think Dareth and Drya are getting up to? I mean, didn't Dareth say something about wanting a horse?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll bond over the horse. I mean, the two of them could probably use a little time together, right? I feel like everyone else is pretty close. They haven't really had their
I mean,
moment to shine.
she did state something about of such nature and wanting to maybe and make a little bit more of a stronger connection with Dareth. So I told her he's quite the charismatic individual.
I could not have said it better myself.
If I was there, I'd want an insight check, but
He means that sincerely.
I met Grant.
Ow.
I couldn't have said
Fair.
better myself.
Uh,
We're just now getting to the tolerate phase, I think.
yeah, is there anything specific you're trying to show Dareth, or is there anything specific Dareth is trying to get shown?
This is the golden tea room, and that's the third utility closet. And this is the tea closet. And that's the secret door
Ooh.
I've never been behind.
Can we
This
open
is
it?
the lab.
Okay, we won't
Oh.
open it.
The utility closet?
Secret door we've never been behind? If we can, it's fine. It just sounds super tempting.
Oh, well, I've never been behind it because it, like, doesn't open for me. I think you need 12 fingers.
Yeah, you're looking at it. It's the same kind of situation with the outside door where there's just these 3 like rings that are broken up and there's no doorknob.
I mean, they usually do something like this, like, ooh, wow, wow.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, what if together we have 20 fingers? Shouldn't that be enough?
Well, that might be too many, but I guess we could try.
Let's try.
Okay.
I assume we opened the door wonderfully.
I was imagining the Dragon Ball, like
Yeah.
the transforming into one person thing. Then it's just us hooking our fingers together in like a tangled mess.
Yes.
Do either of you know Arcane Lock?
No.
No.
The spell, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Nope.
Why don't you guys both roll me an arcana roll?
Okay.
Let's just see what happens here.
Oof.
Hey, not terribly. You guys attempt to try and open this door magically. No idea exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You see, as you both kind of reach out, try and like connect with each other first before trying to connect to this lock through the weave. Dry, you can feel like you're kind of having to hold the weight a little bit on this connection to Durith. But you feel like you guys are kind of like merging your magic together. And as the rings start to light up, after like 2 seconds, it just like sparks and then like shocks you guys a little bit. Probably just take a point of damage.
I'll take that out.
Mhm.
Ow.
As the light
Okay.
fizzles out.
All
I
right,
feel like
well,
we kind of got somewhere.
yeah, we make a great team. Stupid lock.
Look
Stupid
at us.
lock.
Hey, wait, I
Yeah.
have an idea. Here, let me try real quick.
We could be the next Magister. Okay, you try.
Okay, yeah. Here, okay. Watch this, co-magister. And I'm gonna try again, but I'm gonna use my mage hand for an extra 2 fingers.
Good. Bardic Inspiration. I'll play a jaunty tune.
What do I roll?
Where's it been?
that's good.
Initiative. The magister.
Pokemon battle music.
That's what I imagined.
Kicked
See,
up.
our magic did merge.
Oh, that's your bardic inspiration, right? You've got the notes of potential.
Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with 2 extra bits. I passed out. D6 though. It's okay if it just doesn't work, but this is
Yeah, give,
Yeah, it's fine.
I just feel like this is what we would try to do.
Yeah.
yeah, you definitely you try again. You know, you got your mage hand out. Even that little bit of how do you give her the bardic inspiration?
Smack.
Probably as soon as she brings out the mage hand to give her extra fingers, he just maybe he just starts humming and being really encouraged. He's like, you can do this. This is gonna work. I think this is actually gonna work. And then he'll just like just some random little jaunty tune.
You can feel rhythm invisibly flapping their wings to the rhythm.
Aw, my baby.
You try real hard. But again, you know, like maybe you get like 3 seconds of light glowing up and then it zap gets
Ow.
you again.
Just like shaking my hands. Ah. Ow, okay. I imagine it like dissipated my mage hand too. I don't think they're very
Yeah.
durable. Okay, you know what? I don't think we're supposed to be in here. So I
No.
guess that's why we can't.
Yeah. Well, it's like keep your secrets, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, like
I mean, Huh?
What?
Well, why don't we step into the golden tea room? It might be open and it's really pretty.
All right, let's do that. So, like, how long have you been in this tower for?
I mean, like, when I arrived, or like how long I lived here before I got kicked out, or, relocated.
That makes sense. When you first walked in here, like, how'd you even get in this place?
Well, oh no, you weren't there. So, wait, did we get into the tea room?
I assume we're in the tea room.
We're trying
Oh,
to
wait,
get in the
yeah,
tea room.
can we
I
get in
let
the
the
room?
cat out? Yeah, you guys can get. The tea rooms have all been open.
Hell yeah.
Okay, good.
Set us
You guys
down.
are
I
in
think
the tea room.
reflexively, I start setting up for tea, even though there has not been tea made. So I'm just like setting up empty cups. And this is what we would. This is where I'd put my trophies if I had any. She's just like moving about the room, like as you ask her this, like keeping her hands busy as she tries to think of how to talk about it. You can see she's like lightly hesitant. Could I maybe get a persuasion? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
28.
I guess that's okay.
Was that a 19? You have an 18. Geez, a plus 10 to persuasion.
Yeah, holy cannoli.
Language.
Sorry. Well, she's like the clinking of cups. She like sets them down, and I think you're reading the same things well enough that you let her kind of stew in that silence for a bit. She just like sits down and smooths down her desk, moves the invisible rhythm onto the table. Well, I
let out.
guess it's okay to share because like other people knew. So there's like a portal to the Fey realm in the bottom of the tower, and I like may have accidentally on purpose like saw the Magister when I was in the Fey realm, and I was like, "Whoa, who's this person?" And I just like had a feeling, like like a calling, like to follow, and so I just like kind of snuck over here, snuck over there, and then they went through a portal, and then I was going through the portal. And then I was like in the bottom of this tower, and then the Magister was like, "What are you doing here?" And that's an interesting egg you're holding. And I was like, "Yeah, it was a gift." And we just kind of like hit it off from there. And they were like, "Oh, are you from here? Like the Fey realm?" And I was like, "Yeah, like born and raised." And that's just like how we met and how I got here. Gosh, that was like 4 months ago. 4.5-ish, something like that.
That's so fucking cool that you're from the Feywild. I was born there, and I've always wanted to go there. I've been there in my dreams, but
Yeah,
this
you
nice,
mentioned it before.
this nice high elf family stole me as a baby, so I was never able to go back. But when I dream, I'm there, so I can like
Nice,
walk
yeah.
around and stuff, but I can't interact with it.
Huh.
And he kind of looks around. He's like, "My dream is to bring the Feywild here."
Wouldn't that be great? Then we could have blood apple butchers on like every corner.
And then everybody could experience the Feywild.
I mean, it's beautiful. This place is kind of bland.
It's a little boring. But so can you just go through the portal at will? Like if I wanted to go to the Feywild, can I just like
Well, there's
go
like
through the
nothing
portal?
blocking the portal itself. It's just that it's like behind a door that I think is usually locked. I mean, we could go check. Like, I could show you the door if you want. We could try to open that door.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Feywild.
Let me put the teacups
Feywild.
away. Clink, clink, clink.
Are you cleaning up? He's just like, man, the Magister and his locks. Must be a 6-finger
know.
thing.
Hmm.
Oh,
More fingers, more problems, is I think the saying.
You do remember it takes a while to get all the way down to the bottom of the tower.
Race there.
Roll
How long a while? Like I'm gonna
like
run out of build.
5-10 minutes, or
It's like a good 15-minute walk down the stairs.
So it's kind of a hike down, mostly a hike up when we're done. But we just go all the way down. I just point down the never-ending spiral staircase extending out beneath us.
is there a banister? Can I slide my way down these stairs?
Mm,
I'm not asking for extra time. It just
I mean, there's so many doors.
yeah, I don't know if there would be a banister.
Well, this
Personally, I
seems
never
unsafe,
imagined
but
one,
let's
but
go for it.
That's true. If you fall, you're kind of fucked, huh?
You just
It's
go.
a 15-minute walk. It's
The Magister doesn't have a lot of guests. They're not thinking about that.
like
Yeah, didn't
Ace
he just
Ventura and the
teleport us
Slinky.
around all the steps anyways?
I don't think every time, but it has happened before.
Can you imagine if you try to bring your horse in here?
I know. I'd have to get him indoor shoes so he's quieter.
Yeah.
And then I'll just reach up overhead and boop a rhythm and give another invisibility.
I'd say that probably wouldn't run out till you guys actually get to the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, well, I feel like.
But that's part of why I was bringing it up. If you guys decided to go back and leave now, you wouldn't need to do another invisibility. You also did not tell them how long this tour was going to be.
Nope. It's probably been 30,
Perfect.
40 minutes.
So you guys make your way downstairs. You guys really want to try one more time?
Yeah, I
Is it
mean,
locked?
I do think that door's locked, right?
He'd want to try it. Try it with. If we got there, the door was locked, and it was the same kind of lock, he would just be like, "One more time."
Yeah. Maybe together.
Ooh, let's both do mage hand.
Okay.
24
We'll have our mage hand
fingers.
hug.
I'll say with this partly also because you guys, one of you has done this 2 times already. This try is gonna use a spell slot from you guys.
Okay. I got one left. Thank goodness.
I'm on it. Hopefully, we don't get in a fight.
I'm down 2 health points and 2 spell slots.
Down 3. We're priming for a day.
This is gonna be a high DC.
Nat 20. Nat 20.
No biscuit, no biscuit.
Trying to decide if
2 nat 20s.
I
You
tried
unlock all the
to-
doors.
Sniffing my way into it. I want to niffing into that. Niff.
I'd niff in that. What?
So I'm not gonna give you guys advantage, but I would say if you wanted to, you could carry that bardic inspiration over from earlier, Drya.
Oh yeah, because I
And then I
never
don't
did
know.
use that.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to give yourself one, Chad.
Yeah, I'll do it. Wait, I don't think. Can you give yourself bardic inspiration?
I think so.
Normally, I think so. I've had Brett do it.
Yeah, I was like, unless it says something about you can't. I mean, I've seen multiple people do it. Unless we've just been playing wrong.
So is this Arcana or sleight of hand?
It is choose one other creature other than yourself.
Oh, it does say other than yourself. Oh,
Oops.
oops.
I think I've done it too, but I was just reading it. It's like, oh yeah, you can't. I've been inspiring myself so
Can we
long.
have him give me advantage by giving up his role? I'm taking the lead.
If you want to do that, yeah.
I mean,
Yes,
it's your choice. I'm not trying to steal your role.
steal it. Yeah, I have one Arcana.
Yeah, give me a advantage Arcana with that bardic inspiration.
What's your bardic inspiration? What,
It's still a D6,
D6?
but
Oh,
oh
Ooh.
strong 8.
no. Nutty.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, maybe this one, maybe you don't notice it till after the shock. This one, the shock's a little stronger.
How many?
I'm not gonna, just 2. But you notice that this isn't just 3 rings; it's 5 rings.
What?
Once they all glow and we fail. Oh.
Ah, shit. We forgot to look.
No, it's just, I didn't think it'd get any harder than the last one.
Yeah, you're not like entirely sure. You have a feeling this one's just more complicated and requires higher spell casting. And you already don't know what you're doing.
Oh my god, am I trapped here?
My trip.
Have I been kidnapped too? Jareth, how am I
Look.
supposed to go home?
Why did? Let's not panic.
Okay.
You're panicking, making me panic. Oh God, we're stuck here.
Oh, no.
Giant, what if I can never bring the Feywild here?
No, it's okay. It's fine.
This
Why
is the
you don't
worst.
let
Uh,
Shaggy and Velma go off together?
I need my
Shaggy and
emotional
Scooby.
support animal.
Oh, no.
Houdini's. What's her name? Daphne.
Yeah.
You're our Daphne.
Our beautiful Daphne.
That make Grant Fred.
Grant is Velma,
I figured Grant could be Velma.
and Durith
He's-
is Fred.
Like that. Fair. He's the
charismatic.
And I'm Shaggy. No, Tigger is obviously Shaggy.
That's right.
You're
I'm
Scooby.
Scooby. And Dorina is Scrappy Doo.
Oh, God.
We got there.
Ugh. Jankies, Joinkies, Zoinks. I don't remember what they say.
There you go.
Jinkies.
Jinkies
Oh,
are
yeah.
so
You were so close.
Jankies.
I can never remember. I get Zoinks,
Zoinks.
Zoinks, and what is it? Jinkies? Fuck, I already forgot.
Yeah, Jinkies.
Joinkles.
Joinkles.
That's dry as. It's like a cuss word in Sylvan.
Joinkles.
That's
Yeah,
why
I
you
said
hurt
it.
me.
What are we gonna do, Durth? I can't believe I can't get in there like every other time. I mean, I guess the Magister was with me, but what am I supposed to do? Like, how am I supposed to get back?
I'll grab her shoulders. It's okay. We'll come
Yeah.
back at some point and we'll figure this out.
Okay,
Refuse to be trapped here with these normal humans and these normal trees.
right. No blood apple protrusion. No good food in sight. Okay, you're right. It's fine.
It's okay.
I'm
Here,
gonna figure it out.
I just start a little healing. Okay.
Okay,
Take your little shock.
that's nice. Thanks.
And we'll go
Durith,
find
the Drya
Houdini.
Whisperer.
Find Houdini and Grant. And we'll get out of this terrible, room block place.
Yeah.
As if anybody could hear him.
The bottom of the tower.
Or,
We're like the equivalent of like 15 stories underground.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, you're right. That's fine. No, not that big a deal. Okay, let's start walking. We kind of have
Yeah,
a long way to
it's
go.
gonna be a long way. Plus, we want to put on a brave face for Rhythm.
Right. I'm sorry, Rhythm. I'm fine. Mommy's fine.
Bobby's not fine.
Do you think? Well, Durth, do you think I should still tell the Magister that the Talisman hatched? That was the only thing they cared about before, and what's gonna happen now? I didn't want to say anything, but I'm really worried.
That he'll take the Talisman?
Well,
Or
just what's gonna happen after this? Like everything made sense before.
I like to think you never even considered that, so maybe that's
Straight up didn't.
like, oh God, what? Why would you say that?
Wait, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
It's
Do you
like
think
one of
he'd do
those.
that? Like, it'll be fine. We don't. You know what? Let's make it tomorrow's problem. Okay.
Okay.
You have to know about Rhythm. Go get the group. Get the horse. All right?
Yeah.
Let's just take a few deep breaths. Top of the stairs. We'll just compose ourselves. Okay. Be better than Darina.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's all we gotta do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not being tracked by a badge, so
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah. Who wants to be tracked? And also, you're not anybody's beck and call. I mean,
Yeah, it's a weird example, but you're right. That I'm not.
freedom. It's what the Feywild is all about.
Yeah. Okay. It's hard to catch my breath while we're going up the stairs, I guess.
That's fine. I have good cardio because I'm a singer.
Wow.
It takes a lot, but it's worth it sometimes.
I'm just not used to going in just like one direction. I'm used to like going this way and that way and all kinds of ways.
That's fine. But you know what? It's just a temporary challenge because one day we'll get through that lock and we'll go to the Feywild.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds nice.
It's just temporary.
Okay.
Let's treat it like a vacation, right? We're a temporary forced vacation.
Forced vacation. Oh boy.
So what's a blood apple butcher? Is it trying to get find after?
I mean, I can continue that prompt, but I figured we're moving on.
Yeah. That's kind of the so tell me about that as we walk back to the library.
When you guys finally get back to the library, it's been a good extra. You're like, okay, it's definitely been over an hour. Where the fuck are they?
As soon as you guys get back, the pleasantries, Grant probably looks over at Durith. He's like, "Oh, you guys took fucking forever, by the way."
Oh, is that a long
But-
time?
I mean, kind of, but it's fine. I did have a thought while
Mhm.
we're here. Remember that cave with the weird writing and the stuff that we couldn't figure out? That you have some like scrawlings and stuff you did. You like wrote it down, right?
I did.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we should try to figure that out while we're here. Then, if we have some downtime, we could always head back there and see what the hells it was all about.
Yeah. That sounds good. I'm trying to see. Can I do this with this one? Yeah, I'll use my minor illusion to create a replica of what I copied down.
I like to think maybe in that time you like while you were waiting for them, you went ahead and like tried to find some books, in different languages.
Just like the general ones, just to at least get us a starting point.
After, I'm not even gonna make you guys roll for this because you would be able to find like an example of like each kind of language. You wouldn't. This isn't necessarily a language, but it does seem to be some sort of script or code based off of Dwarvish runic language and Halfling written language. It's almost like some weird hybrid blend.
It's written in shorthand.
Okay. This guy with the jokes.
Got him.
Do we have any hopes of deciphering any part of this with that knowledge, or is it like the best we could do is like kind of get that basis and go from there?
Why don't you give me an investigation? We'll say whoever wants to lead this with advantage.
Who wants to help me? I'll help. I have a terrible investigation.
How do you do?
Mine's not great, I don't think. I'm also away from my computer at the moment, but
I also
only have
need
a
to
1.
pee really quick while you guys decide this.
I only have a 1.
Okay, we'll say I take it. I'll roll with advantage.
I think mine's
Bardic
a
inspiration.
2.
And gardens.
And guidance. Let's go. Ooh. 15 plus a d6 for a 1 plus a d4. Nice.
Is that an ability check, right?
Yeah.
So you can roll the Bardic inspiration twice and pick the roll that you want.
What? I didn't even read that.
Yeah. Let's see. You add it to the ability check. The creature can roll the Bardic inspiration die again and choose which roll to use.
Right, your note of potential. Right. Well, fuck yeah. I'm gonna take that 5. So that's 23
It was
for my
perfect.
investigation. I mean, this was a team effort.
Group jump high five.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, so what was it with the... You're able to like roll that twice and then take the higher one? Is that what that is?
It's his note of potential with it being an ability check. So the creature rolls the bargain inspiration die to add it to an ability check. The creature can roll the bargain inspiration die again and choose which roll to use as the mote pops and emits colorful, harmless sparks for a moment.
That's cool.
So I got to drop my 1. I took the 5. So 14 plus 9 for 23.
So excited. I'm using my cloak of billowing.
Right.
Just billows aggressively.
You're able to tell that this is definitely doesn't seem to be words necessarily. Or like letters. You think it's some sort of number system.
Mm-hmm.
Just
You said
seems to be
a number system?
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably 6969.
Yeah, so figuring out what the code is though. I mean, Dwarven and Halfling's a good place to start. You know, that's more than you knew.
Okay, that's all I got. I figured maybe we could look into that. But hey, good work, everyone. Learned a little bit. It's like a number keypad system.
Hmm.
I will say, just kind of looking at this, even though it's in that right, you know, kind of like shape and everything for like a number keypad. Also, they're not necessarily just using like what the runes would be like, you know, like they're not just mixing like the halfling one and the dwarven one.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have a feeling like the numbers are kind of mixed up some in the on the keypad. Like it's not just in order, you know, 1 to 9. You just with all this, you get the feeling it's just all these layers of obscurity just to make it more confusing.
Why does just never get back to the cave?
I mean, at this point, it's fine. What would we even do? Just keep trying random sequences, hoping we get
Yeah.
lucky.
So if we
Who's
ever
to
go
say the
back-
cave is still there when we get back?
Sure, it could be collapsed in.
Oh, right, not just moved. They don't do that here.
Right, correct.
Weird.
Still gets me every time.
Must be really confusing that things don't shift all the time.
It is, you know, like I'm like, whoa, this wall here again. You'd think, what? I'm gonna catch it slipping one day. I mean, the stores change. You know, sometimes it's this store, and then months later, it's a different store.
I like to think, and you're traveling about the city with Drea, you've definitely seen her come across a dead end, do like a circle in place, and then be like, what? It's still there.
Mm-hmm. Come on. Yeah.
Any other things you're trying to look up in the library, or?
Mm.
Grant's good.
Yeah, I think you kind of got the bulk of it.
I mean, Houdini and I didn't quite find what we were looking for here. I mean, maybe are there any? Do I know of any other libraries that I could suggest we go to for our stuff?
Mm. There's not a public library here. Maybe that's something like some of you guys have kind of started to notice, like there's not a whole lot of like normal infrastructure necessarily that a city would have.
No churches?
You haven't, like, you guys have been here a little while now. You haven't heard anybody complaining about taxes or anything. Yeah, there's like you maybe Houdini has seen one church on like the outskirts of town.
I mean, I haven't seen any churches, Houdini, but like maybe we could go look,
I
and they
mean,
might
I've
know
seen
something.
one on like the very kind of outer parts of the town, but I don't know if it's gonna be a very lucrative search. But if you want, we can definitely go check it out.
I mean, yeah, that
Mm,
sounds like a good horse riding distance, I would say.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get my words. We can
yeah,
split
let's
up
do
or
that next.
do it all together.
Yeah, like what's the distances here? Like, would it be feasible for Durith
Yeah.
and Grant to go get the horse while Houdini and I go to the church, and then when they're done with the horse, they could ride over to the church, and then we could all do whatever after? Or like, is it close enough that we could all just walk together and nothing's particularly?
Yeah. I want to like go the opposite directions, basically.
I think we're kind of in the center of town, right?
Well, if the church is all the way north and then like the stables
I see what
south.
you're saying. I see.
Yeah.
I do think the stables were south, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, the stables are over near the trade gate. Now it is kind of that situation where I think the church would be up north, closer to the Union. Well, it's not Union City Road, but that road up there.
I mean, we could split up, I guess, if you guys wanted to get it all done. Worst comes to worst, we can meet back at the house if things take particularly long.
Yeah, you guys could stop by the house, and if we're not there, then we're still at the church.
Yeah.
Hey, good luck with your horse, Durith. And thanks for our talk, Like, I feel a lot better knowing I have
Hey,
a friend on this side.
thanks for taking me on the tour. That was super fun. And I'm sorry the Magister is lame and locks all his doors.
I know.
It's just like, what are you hiding in there,
Yeah, I guess. Know what's behind one of them.
We'll
Okay,
figure
well,
it out.
yeah. See you guys later.
Yeah. We head out. Dareth and I heading southbound. Going to, what is it, Giddy Up? What's it called?
We went with horsing around,
Oh, that's it.
horsing around stables.
That's hilarious.
Giddy Up's that sultry bar.
Yeah, Giddy Up is a different place, Grant.
Giddy Up just sounds like a stripper bar or something to me, but like a male stripper bar.
Mhm.
Yep. Cowboy babe.
Yeah. Alrighty. We have 2 people heading over. Go pick out a horse. 2 other people going to the one church that they think they possibly saw on the way into town.
It's just a bar that used to be a church.
Yeah, I was about to say. It used to be a church. It's all just bar religious
Bar.
thing now.
It's
Or
a
it's
religious theme
like
bar.
the God of Ales or something like that as their theming. God of Suds.
God of taxes.
That'd be really funny.
Where to, God of our world?
Where to?
Abby?
Let's do horse first.
Horsing around. Probably as Grant and Durith are going, still maybe like going through the city itself. Grant would look over to Durith and probably, yeah, he'd use message, even though they're like out in public, just a little zip over message.
That's what I was thinking. That's
Keep
funny.
it low key.
As they're just sort of walking through some crowds and the sort of bustle. Anything good?
Yeah, like we had a lot of fun, and I think our magic is syncing up. We almost picked a couple locks. Like,
Nice.
trying's pretty cool. And
Yeah,
also, I
that's what I've
think
been saying.
if we can get into the Fey realm, I think we can get through a portal and be inside the tower if we can ever figure out how to unlock that door.
There's like a
Ah.
permanent portal down in the tower, like always, just behind that locked door.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I mean, it's not easy to get to the Fey realm, but it's like an option to think about.
Yeah, that's like super good to know.
And I found this, and he's going to accidentally hand you the horse book.
What is this?
Oh, that's
Anatomy of the
nothing.
breed?
Nope. He's like already drawn in it. This. I know it might look like woodworking book, but somebody's journal. It's pretty good.
And I start just like kind of flipping through it as we're walking through the streets.
Can you read Elven?
I
thought he
cannot.
could. Oh, do you have Sylvan?
Yeah, I speak Common and Sylvan.
Oh, that's it.
I'm like, what is this? I don't know what this is. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. I don't know. Something about Roy Dark and I think it's some place something about like something Fina, Ravenina, Rafina.
Ravafina.
Yeah. Hey, how'd you know that? I thought you couldn't read.
Grant probably sits there for a minute. Again, that like gambler brain just starts like twirling as he's sitting here thinking. All right, Dareth. I like you. I like you a lot. I think you're an awesome guy. And I think I can trust you. I think we've built a good rapport. I think we've been making good progress on this case. I think you're ready to be brought in on the next fold of things that we're sort of doing here.
That's finally happening. Grant, I'm ready.
I think you are. I agree. I think you've earned it. I especially doing just hearing how you were with Drea on your own. I mean, you handled it perfectly. A good master of words. I do stick by that.
Yeah, and she's from the Feywild. How fucking cool is that? I've always wanted to go.
I know, right? I mean, again, I've only been a couple of times, but I mean, she's like lived there, like grown up there.
She's just like totally behind my idea of like merging the worlds in the Feywild here.
I mean, well, I think that could have crazy repercussions. I don't think it's the worst idea you have. I'll say that for sure.
Thanks, Grant.
But what we're doing here, one of our main goals, we're here to find out the truth about Ravafina's death. Alexi's mother, that's who that is. The current story is that she died in childbirth, but Lady Vane doesn't believe it. Doesn't believe or trust Alexi. I think there may be some likely reasons behind that. Think later, maybe.
Quarrel?
Well, maybe. I guess that is a possibility.
It's just corporate rivalry.
But I think it's Alexi's power. Look, again, I'll let you in on more. It's a big trust exercise, but you know how he has those extra fingers, Alexi?
Yeah, it's kind of creepy. I'm like always afraid he's gonna touch me with them.
Yeah.
Like imagine that touching the side of your face, and he'll use the back of his hand to caress Grant's face as an example. Yeah, it was bad just with 5.
I think Alexi's mom. I think when they were born, I think Alexi, Ravafina, I should say. I think Ravafina did something to Alexi to make them the way they are.
She imbued him with 6 fingers?
That's what I think. I think it resulted in her death. Maybe holding up the journal in his hand. Once you and I go through this together, may have some answers. Roy Dark is the husband of Ravafina.
Oh, I was wondering why he would be writing about her. Well, I mean, now that I know what I'm looking for, I guess I can look for answers. I guess I'll take the book back if you can't read it.
I mean, honestly, I know you really want to get this horse, but I think it would probably be smarter if we ducked out somewhere, maybe a tavern, get a drink, some food, sit in the back corner, and just sort of go through this, at least for a minute before we go get your horse. Yes, we will get the horse. I see the look on your face. I'm not saying we're not going to get the horse.
It's fine. I don't think they let me take the horse to the tavern anyway. This is the
But I'm
least
just saying.
horse-friendly town.
One day when you're a magister, your horse will be your house, your horse, your town.
Your horse.
Your town will be horse friendly.
I don't even have Jiraiya is going to manage with rhythm.
Yeah, that's
Assuming
a whole
that
other
they
thing.
equate. He doesn't get it. So yeah, I guess they would. Yeah, he'd be down.
Duck out. Go to a little tavern, a little bar, a little restaurant of some kind. Find a little booth, table away from people. Order some drinks, some food, and go through the journal.
I just picture personally. I picture that we use message like all the fucking time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
Most of our communications to each other is via
You
message.
stare at each other like lovers. Just intense eye contact.
Well, I like to think we've just stopped and we're just like staring straight ahead but having a full blown conversation.
Yeah,
and
we're sitting there just staring at each other. At some point, I hold up this book as an example, and you just like give me a nod, and we walk on.
Like two people miming.
Yeah,
you can see the frustration in his face. And he uses his hands. So we talked about the town not being horse friendly.
Amazing. I think that'll be a good time. Pan over to our other duo. Headed north through the city. Any conversation on the way?
So, how did everything go with the Durith?
I mean, we bonded. You were right. Dirth is like pretty cool. And actually, he said he's from the Feywild and like
He's
dreams
from
about it and stuff.
From the Feywild.
I mean, that's what he said. And then he also said he was kidnapped by like nice people. So I kind of got like mixed signals there, but I didn't want to pry.
Kidnapping a nice thing. I don't think that should be considered a nice thing, right?
Right, but I guess like if it's not a nice thing and you do it nicely, like it's worth describing that. So like he did go out of his way to say that it was a nice family.
Oh, well, that
So
is interesting. How about, did you guys find anything that you were looking for?
I mean, I showed him the golden tea room, and then we had like pretend tea because I didn't, I couldn't just like make tea on the spot. And we like looked around. I showed him like all the different places, and I may have like mentioned the portal, but it's not like we could get in there, so it wasn't like that exciting. It was just like
You
a lot of
don't have
stairs.
access to that portal? Isn't that where you came from?
Yeah, weird, right? But Durth was like, you know what? Let's deal with this tomorrow. And I was like, you know what? Maybe you're right, Durth. And so it's fine, right? It's fine that I can't get back in there and go home whenever I want. That's fine, right? I mean, I couldn't get into the tower. I didn't think about that until recently.
Oh,
And I've been fine.
appears to be something afoot here, Dryer. And I had a weird dream last night that warned me about some kind of darkness that was coming.
A dream? Like a special dream?
I'm not entirely sure what you are insinuating with special dream, but this is one like before, like when I found the mask and when I was led here.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's not like when you dream about being
No,
friends with Bethica.
I do not believe that would be one and the same.
Yeah, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah,
Hate those. But so a darkness.
very, very
Hmm.
vague in its definition, and I did speak with it with Grant this morning, and so I don't know, but something seems
Uh-huh.
to be afoot, Dryer. Why would you not be allowed to have access to your home?
I mean, I definitely think it's weird too. It's just like kind of awkward to bring up the Magister because I guess it just like it didn't feel that weird when I was still living there, you know. But then like all of a sudden there were other people, and then he was like, "This is my apprentice, not you." And then he was like, "Go with these people and deal with these goblins." And
Right,
like at
but
first it was cool, and
and we have
we
since
like got a house and stuff.
accomplished what was needed of us, and of course you did indeed hatch your
Yeah.
little wooden. I'm sure that the Magister would be
Yes.
quite thrilled to see what you have. Maybe that could land you back in his good
Yeah.
graces, if that is where you desire to be.
You think I'm in his bad graces?
Well, I
You think
cannot
I'm
say
not
for
in
sure, but
graces?
I do not understand why an individual would lock a person out of their home. Maybe he is performing a good person kidnapping on you as well. I can't say for
Oh,
sure. That's not something that I've really run into through my time.
huh. Maybe that's more common than I thought. Is there a different word for a good person
Uh,
kidnapping?
uh,
Kid
I think that some people use the word rescue.
rescue? Huh.
Prisoner of
Well,
war.
prisoner of war.
I think that's the politically correct term.
I've been playing napped. I'm in the wrong plane.
Plain napped.
I mean, yeah, I do find it like at least mildly a lot distressing that I just can't go home whenever I want, and it's kind of weird. But also, we just showed up today and we were allowed in, but then I couldn't get to the portal, so like
Maybe it
halfway
is.
there.
Maybe it's locked for a good reason. Maybe something's going on. Uh, maybe just
In
all
the
over.
Feywild?
Who knows?
Mm, well, if something's wrong in the Feywild, I'd like to know. Mm. I'm just nervous that if I bring this stuff up with Alexi, then they're gonna be like, no, and then I'll be like, come on, and then they'll be like, no,
Oh, but
and then I'll be like,
I mean, you will have.
and then like, what
Of
then?
course, you'll have me and Grant and Durth by your side. I mean, Durth is the master of words, as Grant puts it.
Uh-huh. Like you think Durth could convince Alexi to let
I mean,
me
I
in
don't
and out
see
of the
why not. That
Feywild
is
like
your
whenever?
home.
Right. I think so too. Um, You don't think like Alexi would just like take rhythm, right? Like it's just this crazy
Well,
thing
I mean,
Dura said.
if I remember correctly,
Put that on me.
I don't see any reason as to why he would take it. I mean, that thing is kind of bonded to you, correct? You had to like put your life force and energies into it. Am I wrong?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean it's all that was all me and this little beauty right here.
As you gesture up, the butterfly is still invisible, but you just get this feeling. You nuzzle on your head, just, mommy,
So, I
mommy.
mean, I don't
Aw, my
think that
baby.
that's a kind of connection that you can just take away from somebody, if that makes sense.
Right. I just, I think it was the whole circumstance of how I got the egg that kind of caught Alexi's attention. And so that's why I want to know more. Like if we go to church and we find out stuff about my patron, then maybe my patron can help me. Like I haven't really heard from them since I got here.
There was
So
some kind of interference in my dream as well. Something that I have also never experienced.
mm,
But maybe you're onto something, Dry. Maybe we should
huh.
go take a look and see what we can find.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Oh,
what
it's
kind
just
of interference? Like what do you mean?
this voice, it came from the flame. It said that it's been having a hard time reaching me, which is unusual.
Hmm. Hmm.
No, I would
You guys
not
normally talk a
call it
lot.
like an open exchange of any sort, but it usually has had the ability to reach me with no problems and no interference.
Mhm. Okay, well maybe the church people will know. They know God things.
Well, they do
I mean, I
indeed.
never went to church when I was a
Uh,
kid.
it's definitely worth checking out at this point.
Okay. Walk, walk, walk. Spin in a circle at a wall. It stays a wall. What the heck?
um, I kind of hate to do it, but I think that may be a good point to end the
Oh,
session.
Aw, man.
That way I can make sure to get some notes up for what y'all find in the journal. Do a little bit more thinking so you get some nice answers from this church here.
Lovely.
Hell
Ha ha ha.
yeah.
I always do. Go!
I
Reevaluate, God. Expand your world for me and my curiosity.
My wanton whim.
I'm so happy though that someone found that journal because I made it specifically a 19, not like 19 or above. I was like it needs to be a 19
Oh,
because
that's
I was
fun.
like I was like this is going to be a very specific, like you have to land on this in order to get this prize.
That's
I mean,
fun.
it's super funny because I think it was the role before that when he just had us do the perception and arcanas. Because I had it in my head already. I was like, well, once I do my research and I can't find anything, I'm looking for secret shit because
Yeah, I already
I
knew
was
where Grant's head was at
and so
mostly with
you
it,
even
so I
said
was
something about it then. You were like, well, you're kind of looking for secretive stuff, not finding anything. And I was like, oh yeah, he knows exactly where my head's at. Cause like
yeah.
I know about Magister Towers and their secrets, and this place is probably full of
You were the
Rayson.
one person with this library scenario where it was like, I'm like 98% sure I know what he's going to be doing and wanting to do. Everyone else, I was like, no clue.
Yeah. Hearing you talk about like pulling on the sconces and like twisting the bus and stuff, that shit was so funny.
You gotta try all the little bits and bobs. You never know.
Who knew that 2 half of brain cells together equals a negative brain cell? Am I right, Dirk?
High five.
Little bonding.
Too bad. I really wanted to open some locks, even if it was like nothing.
Yeah, literally. I just wanted it to be like fucking nothing, but we managed to get through. And like, if we had gotten into the portal, like the portal room, I don't think either of our characters would resist just going through them.
We
So
would have gone through
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
we
You
would
guys
have.
would have been
Okay, wow.
off. Like
We
me
would-
and Houdini,
we-
like 2 hours
Yeah,
later,
in
would have
the
been like,
time
we gotta
hell.
go find these guys, I guess.
Yeah, I'd have to figure out what sort of time phase the Fey realm is in right now.
Oh yeah.
Find you guys in the Feywild, and you're like grizzled veterans of like a gnarly war between the pixies and fairies that you joined part in.
You guys level 20? Yeah.
Yeah.
We got recruited.
I don't even talk
Ascended
about
to
it.
demigodhood.
Turns
We'd
out,
have to make new character sheets, that's for sure.
turns out Bethica started a revolution.
That bitch.
The Great War of Bethica, as it will go down in history.
Neither one of us could let it stay.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing we didn't get through that door. But I'm also disappointed.
Yeah, fun. Come
Ugh.
back just all muddied and shit. Where have you been?
Well-
Nowhere.
And I've been joking about Drya thinking that she's kidnapped because she can't get to the portal. And I finally had the opportunity for it to happen. And she rolled like shit. I was like, there you
Yeah.
go.
It's canon now. She thinks she's been kidnapped.
I think
But she's not wrong. I mean, it is weird that she doesn't have free access to that room.
yeah, go home.
You've never asked.
It's weird. I shouldn't have to ask. Like, what? You lock your
You
guest
would
in
have
your
to
house,
leave.
and then you're like, well, you didn't ask to
You
leave.
didn't even ask to leave. You just went over to the door, like you were like grabbed your car keys. Like, how am I supposed to know you want to leave?
How am I supposed to know you want to feel free to enter and leave at your own whim? Like, this
Guest
is
comes
my
in.
house.
Padlock door.
Screw me for feeding you, I guess.
Wow, I bring you into my home. I give you food and a job and a second house. This is how you pay me. I want to get home. Wow, real selfish. Poor Lexi. They're so misunderstood.
I don't know. He may be a
Who
monster
are they?
secretly. He's an
I'm
altered soul,
Starting to think so.
12-fingered monster.
It's like, great. Yeah, kids do too.
Houdini's starting to go under
Who
the.
knows?
Again, this is purely all conspiracy, just because of what of the premonition that he had. But he's starting to think that Alexi's sounding a lot sketchier and sketchier the more that he finds out.
I do find
I
it hilarious.
love-
I
Go ahead.
didn't think about it because, like, I knew that the egg was gonna hatch this episode, and then from last week or last month.
Mhm.
But then after a while of thinking, and you were actually going to be here, I was like, oh, well, I kind of had a plan for them to try and reach out in a little way, even just for a small warning. And then after that, I was like, oh no, the egg hatching. Oh no, what have I done?
I think you brought us all together.
Sent,
I just love that I'm seeing everyone like falling under Grant's like deceptions, his lies, and it's just like
Oh,
literally his token. He has a shadow over his eyes. Like he's literally the most shady dude on this board.
oh, for
And we're
sure.
all like, Grant's a solid dude. He's
He
a
makes-
stand-up guy, am I
He makes
right?
great food. What do you mean? How
Yeah.
can he be a
Feeds us
bad guy?
3 times a day. plus tea time and 11sies.
If there's a
And
full-on betrayal, this is going to be the most heart-wrenching betrayal of any of our groups.
How fucking dare you? Don't you dare! I'm
Grant,
going
how
to.
could you?
Durith's just here for the ride. I was kidnapped by terrible people.
Take up your
I thought they
hide.
were nice people. What do you mean?
He think, well, in all actuality, they're really horrible, awful people that were terrible to Durith, but he doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
He doesn't know any better.
Like I still like to agree. I was like, gee, what's your birthday? It's like, oh, I never won the fight in the birthday pit.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's very much giving me Hunter from Owl House.
Killua. Oh. I was thinking Killua from Hunter x Hunter.
That also, yeah, that's a good one.
But the family that he's with, I pictured that they take like magically inclined children and then they like create really powerful battle mages out of them.
Mm.
And he was magically inclined, but instead of being like a warlock or wizard or sorcerer, he was a fucking bard. So it was just like in all of these fights and training, it was just him always losing and getting beat up all the time. But
Yeah,
him
my
not
family says I'm still 2 because I haven't won any of my birthday fights. I haven't earned it.
1 year, I almost got it, and then they all turned on me.
At the last minute, they
At
all
the last
turned
minute.
on me. Just to
So-
spite me. No one even won that year.
No
There's
one even
no
won that.
birthday Yeah, so his whole goal is to become a magister so he can throw it in everyone's face. See,
Oh, Naruto.
I'm a powerful bard. And then, because he has his trance instead of sleeping, I picture he like astral projects back to the Feywild
That's cool.
and just wanders around. That's like his escape. So that's why he just wants to bring it here.
What if we were childhood friends and I thought you were just an apparition?
Well, it was.
Wow.
Yeah, that'd be- Who are you talking to? My imaginary friend. He's right here.
Well, he was right here.
Although I'm not
Scared
gonna
him
lie,
away.
he's scared when we were trying to break in to go through the portal, and I was like, "Yeah, some nice people kidnapped me." I was like, "What if Maverick made it so Bethka was my sister?"
Oh
How
my
dare
god.
you?
I was like,
You take that back. You
I got
take
worried
that back
for a
right
second.
now.
I should
I'll be
have.
right back.
It's like
I could.
No,
he doesn't know who his parents are.
that would
Yes,
be true
sir.
betrayal.
Grant screws everybody over, and you're related to Bethka.
How could you
Grant's
do this
married
to
to
me
Bethica.
specifically?
Grant's married.
I mean, I didn't want to say anything, but like Grant's mom just like up and disappeared and left when he was like 5 or 6. So like she could have gone back to the wild. She could have given birth to a daughter named Bethica.
Uh-oh.
This could turn into a crazy soap real quick.
We're already a crazy soap, and I love it. Like we've never had a campaign that's so like people relationship focused. That like it's crazy.
I love it.
That's right. I'm gonna kill what's her face, Lady Vane.
Lady Van, yeah.
That's his. Or Alexi. One of them's got to go so I can take their spot. Now I'm starting to think Alexi because he's just a nepo baby.
I was really hoping we'd get into one of the locks. I loved that we merged our magic for that. Like that was
Mhm.
fun.
That was fun.
I guess it makes sense, especially in this universe, because you can do like group spells and stuff.
Yeah.
That's one of
Kinda
the few
forgot about
reasons
that.
why I was going to allow you guys to even attempt this, since you don't know it. I was like, well, they could just try and like brute force it with their powers combined.
Okay, instead of unlocking the door, let's just break the wall around the door.
I love it.
I almost kind of, the way I was picturing it or justifying it in my head is like like with an electric lock. Like, I don't know if this actually works, but the TV logic of like short circuit it, and then it'll just like pop open.
I mean, I don't see why not. Like, magically. This is a magic lock.
Could have
Yeah.
surged it with magic.
Yeah, it's like the best part of magic is you can explain it however you want.
Yeah, because, like, I could imagine it as being, like, we overload it and it disconnects from the spell weave for a moment.
Yeah, that
Click.
makes sense. You like overload the enchantments or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So like, oh, they'll come back in like an hour, but
Oh.
like right now they're useless.
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe one thing you'd kind of pick up on, Drya, since you attempted to do it, maybe you like thought about it a little bit on your long walk back up. It almost like when the Magister does it to unlock the locks, it's almost like you can briefly, as they're doing it, the gestures with one hand, you can almost like see them like completing like math equations as the lights fill up.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I'll never get in.
It's almost like it seems like they've made this spell more complex than it like should be.
They would. Sketchy. Sketchy. Just
So
saying.
it's like it's like the equivalent of a math problem where it's got like 6 blank spaces in the equation, and it's just like what are the correct spots? Fill in the blank.
Dude, there was this one chick in my lab who, like, she sleeps like the dead. Like, she does not wake up. And so she has the most obnoxious alarm, and I know this because we all shared an Airbnb when we went to a convention. And it is the loudest shit I've ever heard, and it's so alarming. Like, the sounds it makes. And on top of that, it does not shut up until she solves some math problems. And because she really needs to wake up, she makes them very hard math problems.
I get that.
It sucked.
She's like, I actually got to get up and think about it.
Yeah.
Like, how
I
about
tried
just
to
wake
turn it
you
off
up?
once. I could not do the math. And with it screaming at me, I couldn't think, and I just left.
Yeah, that just makes it worse.
Where's my phone? I flushed it.
Panic.
I gotta get Craig out of here. Bye, Craig.
Oh, yeah,
Bye,
bye,
Craig.
Craig.